nation entering into India for the first time. As you all know, that the 19-year-old boy born in Chicago, Richard Slavin, traveled across the countries like Europe, Afghanistan, and other eastern countries, and finally crossed the Pakistan border and ready to enter the Holy Land of India. This drama depicts what happened at the immigration office at the Indian border. Murli is acting as Richard, and the immigration officers are Sananda and Tulsi, and Gopal Krishna is another immigrator.
Gopal Krishna is what?
Another immigrator.
Namaste, ma'am. Please let me into India. Namaste. Show me how much money you have. You mean that's papers? This is all I have. You require $200 to enter. Where is all your money? This is all I have. But then you cannot enter India. I've given up the comforts of an American home and love for India. But still, you require that much money. What is? We already have so many beggars in India and we do not need another one. Please give me one chance. But
Richard Slavin now made his way slowly back toward Pakistan. He could observe his angry antagonist pacing outside the window of her tiny barracks while he was sitting on the dusty ground. Was she looking for a bribe from him, a soul that she mistook for having the wealth brought by their white skin and Western ancestry? Could she have imagined the difficulties he had to go through to get to this little border post? After hitchhiking from London all the way to India, is it really possible that he would have to turn around at the Indian border?
hey, I want to go to India. Wow, your profile is really nice. Welcome to India. Hey. Please give me one last chance. I told you, you require $200 to enter. You without that much money, you cannot enter. Please, but I've come all the way from India. I've given up the comforts of an American home. I told you, you cannot enter. This is the final decision. But please. Oh, it is my time to leave. Mr. Singh, I'm warning you. Do not let that man in. He's creating a lot of nuisance and do not let him in. Please give me one chance to enter India. No, you are not allowed. I've been warned by your colleague that you've done so many nonsensical activities. But I've given up the comforts of American home and love for India. I don't care. You must go back to your country. You cannot enter India.
Richard explains his journey and all the hardships he faced to go to India with his father.
Sometimes a man needs to follow his heart. I'm convinced by your words, son. Welcome to India. Thank you.
Later, Richard took initiation from Radhanath Swami Maharaj and got the name of Radhanath. Later, he converted into sannyasa and now is addressed as Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Likewise, Maharaj faced many difficulties in his life, and yet Maharaj kept his words and established the Radha Gopinath congregation and many temples in India and many more projects like GEV, Bhakti Vedanta hospitals, Anamrita Food for Life, council systems, and etc. Thank you all.
All the kids get a photo.
Yes.
Come.
Go.
Sunidhi, come. Come all the kids. Come on, Sunidhi. No, you are the part of it, right? Come on, Didi.
Come on, Sunidhi.
Come. No.
Sit down.
Sunitha,
come on.
It's okay. Don't delay.
Come quickly.
Sunitha, go.
Fast.
Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna, I think we are next. So next we'll start the offerings to our Guru Maharaj. Okay, you want to cut the cake? Yeah, sure, yeah. Whatever senior devotees you take. Yeah, good, yeah. Yeah. What is that? You want to cut the cake?
So bad.
Yes, ma'am. So now we'll do the cake cutting. And then shortly afterwards we'll start the offering.
कीर्तन करो
Yeah.
चलो मृदंग में जाओ करताल गर्ल्स टेक सम करताल गुड
Can stand, put the stand. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, happy birthday, Manjari. Manjari and all the small kids, they're going to.
What?
All the small kids are going to cut the cake.
You can also.
Who wants to sing the happy birthday song for Maharaj? Who wants to sing happy birthday song for Maharaj? Hare Krishna. Come, all the kids come.
Mask పెట్టుకొని వంట చేయి.
You can guide them.
అదేం కాదు.
Somebody come on.
అవ్వదు కట్టవు. నీకు అలాంటి చాక్ ఇవ్వదు. పట్టున చాక్.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna devotees, now we'll start the offerings for Guru Maharaj. We requested His Grace Garuda Prabhu, being the senior, but he doesn't want to start the offering.
Then we can stop that.
We'll start with
Focus to the
Gaurang Prabhu. His
Yeah.
Grace, he needs to leave soon, so he will go first, and then we'll follow the schedule according to Srinivas Charan Prabhu's tracker. Yeah. So the guideline is 15 minutes per family. Yeah. Yeah, I can try. Till I'm here, and then you can take over.
Have you got rules? This is family based, na? So how that matters to you?
तो आप फैमिली वाला मैटर्स लेके आओ ना.
This one, there, that's me.
So he's alone.
After that.
I'm not qualified to make this offering, but I will do the little effort which it comes. First time I saw you, I believe it was in 2005. So there is a National Youth Festival going on in Pune, and I was attending that. And I was in a lot of doubt and turmoil at that point of time about my spiritual life, and because in scriptures they say three things are very essential for spiritual endeavors: Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra. And so Shastra I was reading, but I was not yet aware like so Guru and Sadhu aspects of it. So when I saw you speaking for the first time, there's something soothing in your voice, which helped me to realize a little bit, like what is a person Bhagavata. So thank you very much. Even though if there's a lot of turmoil, at the point of time, your words came to certain solace. And after that, many times I have listened from you personally, and whenever there was a turmoil, I could always rely on your words to guide me through that. Thank you very much. And I believe once Radhanath Prabhu was talking about so how one can measure the significance of any person, what is the significance of what they have did is through the results. And Radhanath Prabhu was telling the results of your endeavor is the stalwart devotees that you have inspired to do a lot of amazing service, not just spiritual but like for humanity at large as well. So thank you very much for cultivating such an amazing, I would say, family. I think that's the closest word I can describe. So wherever we go, we can find that extended family, and people to guide us, and people to lend their hand, devotees who care so much that sometimes like I can't understand why they have to care, but the guidance you have provided and the family you have created, there was always this care aspect intertwined into the core of the family. Thank you very much for that, and I hope at some point of time in my life I can repay the care I got via the extended family you have created. Thank you very much.
Okay, Hare Krishna. Thank you, Grace Guru. Next is Grace Prema Gopika Mataji. Yeah, please please keep the mic close to you. You can use this one.
Then it will then echo if you both the mics.
Andhram Prabhu is suggesting.
There should be a balance of
Yeah, keep it. Yeah.
balance of light on the.
नहीं तो एक ही ठीक है स्पीकर पे ठीक है ना
While speaking, the voice is okay. Voice is okay.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishnapushkaraya Vitaji Srimati Radhanath Swami Maharaj. My humblest obeisances at your doors, dear Guru Maharaj. I'm no very qualified or I do not deserve to get this opportunity, but because of your boundless mercy, I have gotten this opportunity. So I am so much deeply grateful. On this auspicious occasion of your holy appearance day, I would like to take the opportunity first of all to deeply express my gratitude, because although I didn't deserve, you have given me so much mercy, shown me so much mercy. Before I even didn't know about you, I started watching lectures on YouTube and seeing you and listening to you. And in every lecture, one shloka that just would melt my heart immediately, right from first day, was Vidya Vinaya Sampanne Brahmane Gavi Hastini Shuni Chayavasya Pakeja Pandita Pragna Samadarshina. So, humble sage with true knowledge is he equally has an equal vision for atheists or dog eaters and elephant, a brahmana. And when you amongst the many shlokas, thousands of shlokas, you say this particular shloka, it just always feels, even now I get goosebumps when I see you, saying that verse, because it's you, it's really you. You are that, and we are so fortunate to have your shelter. In a few days, few weeks back, everyone has so many challenges in life, big and small, and there was some challenge which I came across, and I was just trying to find solutions, and I was just thinking about you, what guidance and what can I do. I don't know, I don't remember what I was thinking, but I was thinking about remembering you. And in a few days, like a miracle, most of the problem kind of just withered away, like just dissipated. And it was so miraculous. So thank you so very much for your blessings, your causeless mercy, and please keep blessing us, praying, keep us in your prayers, and thank you once again. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Close it.
Hare Krishna. I hadn't have anything prepared yet, but I'll try and say what I can. I came into this movement about 4 years ago. I was in high school, and I came into contact with a few devotees, and as of today, I can say that I feel very lucky and blessed to be able to be given this opportunity to be able to be here in the presence of such devotees. And we're going through a lot of tough times in my high school years, and when I came to Krishna consciousness, everything changed suddenly. Through my chanting and my prayers and my service, it was like a miracle, really. Because in high school, and there's so many in today's world, I feel like there's so many influences that we get affected by that are just, it's bad. But yeah, and I remember reading actually. I read The Journey Home by Radhanath Swami Maharaj, and it was such an amazing story actually to see what he's been through and everything that it's just accomplished. It's amazing. And I actually, after reading that was actually the first book I read by one of the spiritual masters, and it really inspired me because his journey is just something that really enlivens you to take up the process of Krishna consciousness. And yeah, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Premi Gupta Mataji and Aryan Prabhu. Next, Rasheshwar Gopal Prabhu.
Yeah.
So, after Rasheshwar Gopal Prabhu, it's Yugal Kirtan Prabhu. And after Yugal Kirtan Prabhu is Gaurang Chandra Prabhu family.
No, she came.
Oh, Ashara is here, okay. So then after Rasheshwar Gopal Prabhu, it will be Prem Chandrika Mataji.
Go sit there. Come. Go sit there. Go sit there. You'll be in the video.
Just hold for a minute.
Yeah, Maharaj. I'm not qualified to say anything about Maharaj, but I would like to say a few words. It's just for my purification I would like to say. So yeah, Maharaj, you are a dedicated devotee of Krishna. As per the wish of Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Maharaj, you have dedicated your life to serve Krishna, and you are always ready to serve Krishna in all circumstances. As a young brahmachari in ISKCON New Vrindavan, West Virginia, you were given the responsibility of doing deity worship. At that time, New Vrindavan was a secluded place with almost no facility. You were taking care of the deities almost all alone. To worship the deities, you had to take bath several times a day. It was too cold there. There was no facility of hot water. In fact, temperature would be low, that the water would turn into ice. You would break the ice and take the ice water bath. You did it without any complaints and without any grudges. Your purpose was to serve Krishna in all situations. You did not think about your physical comfort, Maharaj. Maharaj, you are a leader in creating spiritual leaders. Following the mood of Srila Prabhupada, you have created many leaders in ISKCON today. His Holiness Bhakti Rasamrita Swami Maharaj, Gaur Gopal Das Prabhu, Govind Prabhu, Gaurang Prabhu, Krishnanand Prabhu, Radhesham Prabhu, Rohini Priyam Prabhu, Chaitanya Prabhu, Chaitanya Charan Prabhu, Gauranga Darshan Prabhu, to name a few. You have built a strong army of brahmacharis, grihasthas, who are going to take the movement forward on your advice. You are visionary, Maharaj. The projects which you have pioneered are second to none. Be it Bhaktivedanta Hospital, wherein a person comes to the hospital with a material disease and leaves the hospital either becoming a devotee of Krishna or getting the taste of Krishna consciousness. GEV, which is a spiritual retreat, has been built with modern scientific tools, is also eco-friendly. Barsana Camp, which does free operations once a year to Dham Vasis. Free midday meal program, which feeds Krishna Prasad to thousands of kids. And a hospice in Vrindavan that helps one remember Krishna's name while leaving the body. All the above projects have been nicely planned and executed, keeping in mind not only how to engage oneself in Krishna's service, but also bringing others a step closer to Krishna, not just today, but for years to come. You are also a good team leader. You have put in your heart and soul in building the team with people from diverse backgrounds and engaging them in Krishna's service collectively. Today, ISKCON Mumbai Chowpatty has become a role model for all the ISKCON around the world, and also is a vibrant community with high standards of deity worship, good congregation of brahmacharis and grihasthas, with festivals being celebrated throughout the year like Chandan Yatra, Pushpavishek, Sharad Purnima, etc. Maharaj, you have special love for children too. You have trained devotees so that they can properly take care of children, so that the kids spontaneously take to Krishna consciousness. Your lectures are simple yet so deep, with a strong spiritual message which penetrate deep into the hearts of those who hear them. Maharaj, with your lectures, you are able to make one understand the need and importance of inculcating spiritual values of love, compassion, gratitude, selflessness, in their life. You are gifted with the ability of sharing the pristine message of Vedic scriptures like Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, etc., in a way that anyone can easily understand, appreciate, and apply in their lives. A perfect disciple assimilates the instructions of his guru in his heart, and in spite of challenging circumstances, continues carrying forward that instruction of his guru without any selfish desire. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, you are one of the best examples of an ideal disciple. You have developed community which emphasizes not only on devotee care but also nurtures loving relationships. As Rajkopra Prabhu sometime back said, you have built temples in the hearts of the devotees. You are not just a spiritual guru but also a loving father who wants each one of his child to go back home to Godhead. I have heard from senior vyasas that when devotees get married, we instruct them saying, he or she is my own child. You need to take care of him or her, treating her as Krishna's property, which you have been entrusted to. Your humility has no bounds. While giving Diksha, you specifically say that you are going to initiate the disciples on behalf of Srila Prabhupada, and I am grateful to you for accepting me as a guru. Maharaj, your quotes are the source of inspiration for many people to take up Krishna consciousness or advance further in devotional service, and are applicable to people from all walks of life. Apart from the above things, you don't want to take credit for whatever you do. It is said that if you leave everything in Krishna's hand, you will come to a stage where you see Krishna's hand in everything. You are truly empowered by Krishna to achieve all the above things which are humanly impossible otherwise. On this day, Maharaj, we beg to bless us so that we can become Krishna conscious and sincere in Krishna conscious life, giving up all the anarthas and develop attachment to chanting the holy names of the Lord and reading Srila Prabhupada books and serve the devotees. Also, on this day, we also pray to Sri Radha Madhav to grant Maharaj you a long and healthy life so that you can deliver more souls. Would like to express my sincere gratitude to Harivilas Maharaj, Namrata Prabhu, Damodar Prasad Prabhu, Raswati Mataji for giving us opportunities to serve in the temple, aspiring by struggling to develop the taste to serve Guru, Gauranga and all the Vaishnavas. I would like to thank Brajraman Prabhu, Brajkrupa Prabhu, Gaurang Chandra Prabhu, Damodari Prabhu for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
You might want to say anything? Say happy birthday to Maharaj.
Next is Prema Chandrika Mataji and Akshara. Follow that will be.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. I wish you a very happy 72 Krishna conscious birthday and a parents' day. I just wanted to take this opportunity and say one thing about Guru Maharaj and unconditional love and mercy. First time I met Maharaj when Maharaj came to the Journey home book, a launch in Seattle in 2010. For signing this book, Maharaj asked my name and I said Prasanna. Then I started spelling my name. Maharaj stopped signing and looked at me smilingly and said, I know. While my husband and Maharaj laughing, I felt a little embarrassment for that silly thing. When I started reading Journey Home, in my mind, I decided Radhanath Swami Maharaj as my eternal spiritual master. But I know I am an unqualified and as I am committing many anarthas, so I was not willing to talk to any temple authorities or to any senior devotees to take the shelter at Maharaj's feet. As Maharaj would to suffer for his disciples' offenses. Finally, after chanting and trying to follow the regulative principles for many, many years, after receiving encouragement from senior devotees, I dared to seek initiation from Maharaj. I still remember the initiation, the intensity in your eyes when you are giving me initiation last year in Los Angeles. That I can clearly feel that you know all the past, present and future of my life. So deeply, even though I did not say a word or speak or spend time with you before. Your love and mercy is unconditional. So you gave shelter to this fallen soul at your lotus feet. I am eternally indebted to you and your generosity. Even now, I have to learn and implement a lot of good qualities to improve my spiritual life. I would like to beg for your mercy, Maharaj. Please guide me, this fallen soul. I pray, Radhanath Madhava, for your very healthy and long life to deliver the fallen souls like me in this material world. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear Shri Guru Maharaj. I offer my most humble obeisances unto you. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. On this auspicious day of your appearance, I would like to beg for special mercy. Special because you are constantly overflowing with mercy with your slightest glance, which happens to fall on me. Please bless me so I can seek your association or even glance, which alone is enough to purify me. I pray very, very hard to our loving lordships, Sri Radhanath Madhav, for your long health so you can continue to execute Srila Prabhupada's mission. I am forever grateful and indebted for your affection and compassion towards this fallen, insignificant soul. Your servant, Akshara.
Hare Krishna. I'm feeling this in third person. It is actually said that we are eternally indebted to our spiritual masters. So I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Maharaj for accepting me as his disciple, although fully unqualified. So I was thinking of few days back, I was thinking of what to speak for Maharaj as future, what to offer to him. And I thought which of his qualities have inspired me in the past year. And I thought I'll talk about Maharaj's surrender. So I was listening to a lecture of Maharaj called Serving the Servants, where he says that surrender is a very practical thing. He said we simply put our hearts in what Guru and Krishna wants us to do, accepting what is favorable for our devotional service and rejecting what's unfavorable. It's as simple as that. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. So he said after that, we have to be, we just have to be sincere, and it's not like some rocket science to surrender. It's a very practical thing. And then I was thinking, how Maharaj actually practices what he preaches. So earlier this year, I had the opportunity to go to New Vrindavan. And I went to the place where Maharaj served in old Vrindavan, where the Radha and Chandra deities were there. So as Srila Gopal was also sharing, what kind of austerities he had to face there. There is a lecture of Maharaj called Austerities at New Vrindavan. I had heard this lecture a long time ago, and at that time, although I could understand austerities, but it was still difficult to visualize. But after I went there and actually saw those places, and then I heard the lecture again, I was like, it was really, really, it would have been really difficult time. I actually went in March or April, and it was still so cold. I couldn't imagine what Maharaj must be facing for 13 years. And it's amazing how just on the one instruction of his superiors and spiritual master, he stayed there for 13 years, although he could have he could have gone anywhere. So there is also a board in New Vrindavan. If you have gone to New Vrindavan, there is a history of temple there, and there have been some things have happened in New Vrindavan during the time Maharaj was there. And I heard from a devotee that although Maharaj did not follow any of the things that were not given in the Shastras, and yet he was considered as the most loyal servant. So I was so amazed with what kind of mood Maharaj carries actually. I was just thinking that it's amazing. He never wavered from any principles of bhakti during that time, and basically he has taught me again and again how to surrender. So this one quality I really adore in Maharaj, because it's if I think practically, it's so difficult to give up the false ego and surrender. So I beg for blessings of Maharaj and all the assembled Vaishnavas that I be able to get a drop of this oceanic of his surrender. Also, I would like to speak about one more quality of Maharaj, which is his compassion. But I'll speak about his leadership quality, through compassion. So when I read Journey Home for the first time, I was very new to Krishna consciousness. I had not decided. I had not decided who would be my spiritual master. But as I was reading the Journey Home, in the first initial few pages only, I could connect so strongly with Maharaj. How his nature was like a silent kid, and feeling bad for his friends and all that. And I was so amazed and inspired that despite his nature, he has never let that stand in front of him. When it came to serve Srila Prabhupada, he gives so powerful classes. He faces public so boldly. And I was so very, very inspired. So for the service of his spiritual master and Krishna, he has actually done the best that he can, and in so much detail. Maharaj always says, attention to detail is a sign of love. So I had gone to GV, and if you see in those rooms that he has recreated near the Radha Damodar Mandir of Prabhupada room and all, their design is exactly like that of Vrindavan. I've never been to Vrindavan, original Vrindavan, but I heard even the switches of lights and fans, they are of that same that old kind of switches. And I was it's amazing how he has done the best. He always does. Be it even Bhaktivedanta Hospital, as again Radhanath Swami Maharaj was sharing, or his eye camp. So Maharaj's compassion through his leadership was how I was actually inspired by during our initiation in LA. His Grace Tukaram Prabhu was sharing the mood of Maharaj, and he said that Maharaj wants to create leaders who can create leaders who can create leaders. And it was he explained it very nicely actually, and it was so amazing. And I was thinking how Maharaj has actually done that. He has created powerful leaders like His Holiness Bhakti Maharaj, His Holiness Shukdev Maharaj, or Radha Gopinath Prabhu, His Krishnanand Prabhu, and they have in turn created amazing leaders like Gaurang Prabhu, Raisham Prabhu, and we all know how much progress even Raisham Prabhu, Gaurang Prabhu have made themselves also. So it's an amazing quality. So I have one pastime of Maharaj which which Acharya Ratna Prabhu was sharing. So Acharya Ratna Prabhu is I think he's a temple president now of ISKCON Kolkata, and he was telling, it's amazing what Maharaj told him. So he was saying Maharaj told him once, everybody has two sides to his or her personality, and we should always focus on the divine side and fan it. He said real leadership means to bring the best side of everyone. So he gave one pastime of Maharaj. He was actually introducing one boy from IIT Kolkata to Maharaj, and he told Maharaj that Maharaj, this is he's the department topper. So Maharaj looked at that boy and asked, what is the reverse of top? He said pot. So Maharaj said, one on top has to wash pot to become a good leader. It's actually really difficult for a person to be really on top to do menial services, but Maharaj does them so much and he doesn't expect anything. I was hearing another pastime of Maharaj wherein he was cleaning the room, like a hotel room after he used it, and the devotee outside was wondering, why Maharaj is taking so long. So he just peeked and looked, and Maharaj was cleaning. Even if he had not cleaned, nobody would have known. Plus it's not like he would have made it messy in the first place. But Maharaj later told that devotee that you should always leave a place cleaner than you found it, to begin with. And one more similar pastime Acharya Ratna Prabhu was saying. So he also said so Acharya Ratna Prabhu was introducing one leader of his community of Kolkata to Maharaj, and he said that this devotee he's the overall coordinator for this center. And Maharaj turned to him and said, over all should be taken as all are over us. We are just humble servants of those we lead. So again, it's so amazing. And one last pastime which I found really instructive for personally for myself was so in Radha Gopinath temple there was Rasa Purnima, and Maharaj was leading a beautiful kirtan, very melodious, and this pastime is actually shared by the devotee who was playing Mridanga for Maharaj that time. So he says that he was playing, Maharaj was singing very soft kirtan, very in that mood. So for it went for a long time. So that devotee was playing really nicely, softly, and then Maharaj Maharaj asked someone else to lead because Maharaj was tired. So the other devotee came and he started continuing the tune, and then this devotee was playing the mridanga. So some other devotee told him to keep the mridanga and pick up the dholak and start playing that. So he started, he got that and he started playing, and then the kirtan kind of picked up, he started playing a little faster and louder, and he was Maharaj was trying to say something to him, but he could not get what Maharaj is saying. So Maharaj told Gaur Gopal Prabhu, and Gaur Gopal Prabhu told him that that you need to tone down the kirtan. So he was feeling later, he was feeling so guilty that he had got this opportunity to serve the Vaishnavas, but then he ruined all the mood of that Rasa Purnima. So he went he was very despondent. He went to Maharaj next day and he said to Maharaj that Maharaj, I'm really sorry for ruining the kirtan yesterday. I should not have played fast. So Maharaj simply told him that we are not powerful enough to ruin the kirtan of the Supreme Lord. and he says that he was so humbled, and I was actually myself feeling so humbled, because as I was reading this pastime, I could visualize that if I were at his place, it would have gone the same way till the time I met Maharaj, and then Maharaj would have told me the same thing, like, you don't have the potency to ruin the Kirtan of the Supreme Lord. And I was like, oh my God. Because sometimes what happens, like, my false ego thinks that, it's the Mridanga player who either makes or breaks the Kirtan. But actually Maharaj said that, Kirtan is beyond your, what you are doing. It's transcendental. You cannot either make it or break it. So I was actually humbled. So yeah, I just I just want to seek blessings from all the devotees and from Srila Guru Maharaj that I shouldn't be stuck up in my own false ego, and I don't shy away from leading when it's required, and I'll be able to do something actually useful for Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada's mission in the right mood. Thank you so much.
Arjun, you want to say something?
Hare Krishna. Next we have His Grace Gaurang Chandra Prabhu and family. Following that is His Grace Narahari Priya Prabhu. You're next. And after that is His Grace Rajik Prabhu.
Mataji, you have a big plan.
Hare Krishna.
Okay.
So, Hare Krishna Maharaj, from the Journey Home book, as I could see, before Krishna conscious days, means officially joining ISKCON, there are certain things about your life experience which is very unique compared to many other devotees in ISKCON. So the first is many people try to do meditation, but how many people get direct connection from God and God conveys that go to India, right? I mean, we do lots of meditation. I never heard anything. So a very clear Maharaj is not an ordinary soul. It's coming from, it's something mystical. We do not know. We do not have enough information. But definitely Maharaj is just not another person who accidentally bumped into devotees and became a Hare Krishna. This is definitely not the case. The next is after Maharaj spends time with sadhus in India, and Maharaj doesn't know Hindi, and those sadhus are doing Rama Katha, and every day Maharaj is saying what was discussed, and so the sadhu is never willing to tell him anything because he's been told that Maharaj is a Krishna devotee. There is no point in telling him about Rama Katha. So that clarifies that sadhus who were clairvoyant, they could see stuff. They could see that Maharaj is already a Krishna devotee. Right? Then Maharaj received a Krishna picture without knowing it's a Krishna picture throughout his journey, and mystically he finds it back. Then Mother Ganga offered him the Mahamantra. I mean, try to find somebody else on the face of this earth in the history of mankind where Mother Ganga has given the Mahamantra to the person. So again, it clarifies Maharaj is just not another ordinary person who accidentally bumped into spirituality. He's bringing it with himself. And after joining ISKCON formally, after having studied all paths of spirituality, very consciously Maharaj decided to join ISKCON. And after he made up his mind, there was no holding back. And which is evident from how he conducted his life, and he's still doing it. The ISKCON has gone through lots of ups and downs. And one of the most difficult congregations to be was the New Vrindavan. But how Maharaj lived over there, for years and years, very humbly serving the mother cow, never giving any classes, being very silent, and always following the instructions of the seniors. And it's easy to say than do. The instructions he received was to cook and make bhoga offering for all services throughout the day, and then clean up, and then aartis, and we go to services, right? It's called altar services, and we get super tired with one service. He was doing all of it, what the whole team does. He was doing it all of it. Then he received an instruction that he do midnight kirtans. And after doing these 5 services, 5 times cooking and clean up and everything, then the whole midnight he was spending with the kirtans. As a result, he was not able to catch up with the sleep, and he would sleep between the services, like 15 minutes here and 20 minutes there, and it was never a proper sleep. Try being without sleep for 7 days and see how it feels. So Maharaj developed boils because of the toxicity the body develops because of lack of sleep. He developed boils, and then his friends would call him Boilananda Maharaj. And he was saying this in a class, and I couldn't fathom it, like how bad it can be. I couldn't fathom it. Then on YouTube, I bumped into a video where he, from those days, is actually singing kirtan, and he has blue colored boils on his skin, and he was very slim, thin, emaciated, eyes are dark because lack of sleep. So I could actually see the video of what he was talking about when people would call him Boilananda Maharaj, right? The next was interesting, how he became a sannyasi. GBC wanted him to become a sannyasi. In those days, those were the days where they would push everybody to become a sannyasi. And Maharaj would say no. So then in New Vrindavan, they decided every day one family would go and pursue Maharaj. Every day. And even that still didn't work. And finally, under lots of pressure, Maharaj said, okay, I'll become a sannyasi, I'll never take a disciple. So, trying to understand the mood of Maharaj, Maharaj is a hermit by nature. He likes tapasarya, he likes to be alone, he likes to be with Mother Nature. He is actually in touch with the holy name. And like the Guru Smaranam book that we have some copies of, those who do not have, please, you are welcome to take it. But he sits with Prabhupada in the evening and he chants till morning. And like from evening, midnight, morning, he just continuously chanting. There is no agenda, there is no japa retreat, there is no 50 people watching you. There is no score to be sent on the WhatsApp, how many I did. And he's just chanting. So Maharaj is in touch with the holy name, he releases the holy name, and he doesn't need any external stimulus to chant, right? So that is also something. Then the first Vyasa Puja I attended, Maharaj's Vyasa Puja in Mumbai, Maharaj mentioned something which was like, it stayed with me. And he said in his class that I am serving all of you as a service to my spiritual master. That clarified a lot of things for me, because I know how unqualified I am. And then we also see a lot of things around us. And few thousand people, one is able to offer love and service and take their karma. It's not a very easy thing to do. And then I realized it is all as a service to Srila Prabhupada. So that means our qualification doesn't matter. We are kind of pre-qualified from Maharaj's point of view. That he is doing it for pleasing Srila Prabhupada. And the glorious disciples, which are like, just now even Kirtan Prabhu mentioned, the Bhakti Rasamrut Maharaj, Radhesham Prabhu, His Grace Radha Gopinath Prabhu, then Gauranga Prabhu, Govinda Prabhu, Kanai Thakur Prabhu. These are all like walking gems. They are like Maharaj quality people, the sannyasi quality people, walking today as brahmacharis. And anybody who has spent time in Chaupati, the natural mood becomes so distinct and becomes so naturally pure that if they have to do something not so pure, they have to work hard, right? So it's very, very natural for them to be super pure. And the example is Garuda Prabhu. He spent enough time in Chaupati, he has spent enough time with Maharaj, that after working 20 hours a day, very, very cold weather, washing the cows and their gobar and everything with cold water, have you ever seen Garuda Prabhu complain? Right? That's the mood of Maharaj. And we should all take the benefit of Garuda Prabhu being here. And when we see him, we should remember Radhanath Maharaj in New Vrindavan when he was serving cows. And let's give a big hand to Garuda Prabhu. In so many years, we have never seen him say one thing with loud voice, one thing against anybody, nothing. Just pure seva, always enthusiastic. And when we got into one festival cooking, after 1.5 hours I was tired. And Prabhuji is going and going, making more dishes. And this was after doing his, the Go Seva. Again, he's going to do the Go Seva. And in the middle, he is doing unlimited capacity. Thank you, Prabhu. You are the reminder of the mood of the Maharaj. Now, personally, and I was nearly atheist before I came to Hare Krishna, and I'm not qualified to be in this beautiful galaxy, right? But Maharaj's quote is, the mercy goes to the most unqualified. So how can you qualify for mercy? Right? So that is how I got into the zone. I'm thankful to everyone who brought me here. And so Maharaj, I would like to thank you for your blessings. In Govardhan Eco Village, when we met multiple times, one of the times you hugged me very nicely and gave me a blessing that may the dust of Raja always stay in your heart. So that was the pretext to the mercy goes to the most unqualified. So with that, I would like to thank all the devotees for making this event such a grand success. So it's not just hard work, it's not just smart work, it is so much of artwork also. It is the expression of our love for Maharaj, which manifests in such a beautiful way. I would have never imagined my house would look this beautiful, and would have never imagined me doing it. Right? But with all the devotees coming together, we really appreciate the opportunity to host this event. We have not been able to serve all of you properly, so we beg for forgiveness. And with that, thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranams. I just wanted to start off by saying I feel like I was really fortunate to, growing up, I remember the first time I met Maharaj, or at least one of the clearest encounters I remember, was I was a few years old and Maharaj came to our house for dinner prasadam, I believe. And, was it lunch prasadam? Sorry, lunch prasadam. And while Maharaj was walking in, he blessed me by tapping his bead bag on my head. And I still remember how personal Maharaj was every time I met him. And I feel like, especially in the US, we're really fortunate to be able to meet Maharaj so personally and face to face so often. Because I remember when I lived in India for a few years, when Maharaj would come to some of the bigger temples, even seeing a glimpse of Maharaj from like a distance, just seeing the saffron was difficult. Like I remember I was jumping on like a balcony to get like a glimpse of Maharaj in NBCC, and I feel we're so fortunate to be able to meet Maharaj and see him. And I remember like growing up when I would listen to the lectures, I was thinking about why his lectures felt so inspirational, right? And I think the main reason was it really felt like everything he was saying and everything he was preaching, he was actually the embodiment of it. I actually felt like he was practicing that. And I remember Maharaj has given many lectures on humility and the mood of service. And I remember a story I was listening to where there was a Sandesh making competition in, I think it is New Vrindavan, but there was a Sandesh making competition where Maharaj, after hours of making the Sandesh, Srila Prabhupada selected his Sandesh as the winner. And I remember the most interesting part was Maharaj never actually tried that Sandesh. So I was thinking like how much invested in the service you have to be to not even think about even trying the prasadam afterwards, right? Because when I'm cooking, like it's like a struggle to not think about the outcome of the prasadam and just focus on making the bhoga. But Maharaj was able to make all of that Sandesh, and it was the best Sandesh, and he didn't even try it. So it really feels like Maharaj is really practicing what he preaches. And I think that really shows through in his lectures, and that's why I think they've inspired so many people across the world to take to Krishna consciousness. And I think another really strong testament to Maharaj's purity is when I was in India in middle school, I got a really good opportunity to visit the Govardhan Eco Village really often. And I think it was just such an incredible project. And meeting people like Gauranga Prabhu and Radheshyam Prabhu and seeing their purity really helps us understand how if these people are so pure, how pure must be the person who like cultivated their Krishna consciousness, right? And I really think these like incredible projects such as Govardhan Eco Village and even reading The Journey Home really helps us understand Maharaj's mood and his service. And I'm really grateful to have had these encounters with Maharaj and been able to like hear from him. And thank you so much for everything you've done for me, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. Wish you a very, very happy appearance day. Praying today at your lotus feet to shower your mercy profusely on all of us. Praying at the lotus feet of Shri Radhanath Madhav for your good health and long, long life. Today I would like to share one pastime from Gauranga Prabhu's class. Someone came to Maharaj and he was just downloading so many, sharing a lot of negativity, complaining about someone. So Maharaj heard all of it, and then Maharaj said, "You should stay positive in life." And then that person asked Maharaj, how I should stay positive in life. And Maharaj told him 4 things: gratitude, acceptance, optimism, and appreciation. So we should be very grateful. Basically, count our blessings, whatever we got in life. That way we can be grateful, and that way we can, not look at the negativity in our life. Then also accept the bitter truth. So we have our own plans, but sometimes so many things will come, So accept the bitter truth. Then optimism. We should be hopeful, basically. Have faith in Guru and Krishna, and appreciate others. So this is the way we can always stay positive in life. Then I was listening to Radhanath Swami Maharaj, and he said amongst all hundreds of instructions that Guru Maharaj has given, someone was asking what are the two topmost instructions of Guru Maharaj. And then he said there are 2 instructions that come into his mind. One is chanting of the holy name, and another one is serving in the mood of the servant of the servant. So praying here today at the lotus feet of Gurudev and all of you, that I may be able to chant pure holy name one day. Also thank you all for giving us opportunity to host this event. It's truly humbling. All of you have put so much effort to make this happen. We just cannot imagine. This is totally a dream. So thank you so much. I hope my words are not enough to thank all of you. Thank you.
Yes, next is His Grace Brajakripa Prabhu. And family, yeah. Yeah, whenever I say name, family is automatically included. So, Hare Krishna.
So just hold on, we are just adjusting the mic sound system. It's a little bit cracking up, so we are just bringing the mic in the front.
So I think it will be useful to keep the stand.
I think stand or
Mic stand, or microphone stand.
Yeah, but nobody is using a stand, so that's why I'll ask him. Oh, hold on.
And actually, that light is glowing so much on the eyes. So I think we should be sitting here, please.
Just for Mataji, because the pole is here. Earlier they were sitting here only. Because those were sitting after. So we don't need this. We don't need But only thing is, from a video standpoint, from the recording standpoint, it is coming dark. So some illumination need to be there for the speaker. I'm not saying in the face, but somehow it has to be illuminated. Ambience. I am Prabhu will take care.
Our electrician, congregational electrician. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, all is better. That's better.
Actually, you can cover half of it. Put some book or something to cover it. Give this one? No.
Here. Take tissue. Here, tissue.
Catch fire.
Okay.
No.
That's
Won't catch fire.
So confident, like. So you have to keep an eye all the time. You have to keep an eye all the time.
I'm keeping eye here.
One eye there, one eye here.
No, the fire comes from there, Mother.
Yeah, you can see in the video. You can see in the video.
I'll catch first.
No, please hear.
No, no, no.
It's not about time. పెద్ద సీట్ ఇస్తాం పెద్ద సీట్ ఇస్తాం
హరే 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 రామ్
Just speak loud.
ఆనందరామ్ ప్రభు
We'll just speak.
No, bro. Please, the recording will not come right now. That's why he's just fixing it. Just give him.
Try now.
Now check. Yeah.
Hare Krishna. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurummilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Wish you everyone happy Vyasa Puja 72nd anniversary for Guru Maharaj. We are extremely grateful for the opportunity to speak today on this auspicious occasion. First of all, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Maharaj for offering me shelter at his feet. Without your causeless mercy, I would have been just stuck in this material world. I could have never been inspired by anyone else as much as you. In spite of having taken shelter of your lotus feet, I am still holding on to my anarthas, which are very deep-rooted. Endless material desires are haunting me all the time. My consciousness is still spoiled. Please give me strength to overcome these. So I lack the ability to appropriately glorify your holiness. You are a pure devotee and your achievements and glories are impossible to describe for someone like me. Dear Gurudev, you are full of auspicious qualities. Your humility, tolerance, compassion for living entities, and love for Lord is beyond compare. Your Guru Nishtha is impeccable. So recently hearing about your attachment to Sri Prabhupada's lectures. You every day you hear, almost every moment you get opportunity to be with yourself, you always hear Prabhupada. And I heard that you always share with your god brothers and sisters and discuss many important realizations from what you hear. You always are conscious of Guru. That's a very amazing quality. I really wish I get a little bit of that. And you're always conscious of pleasing your spiritual master. I was hearing recently from Radhanath Prabhu's offering. When the time came to paint Bhaktivedanta Hospital, so Maharaj's disciples asked him, what color should we paint? Maharaj immediately thought, what would Prabhupada like the color to be for this building? And Maharaj remembered what color Prabhupada chose to paint in Mayapur, the buildings that in Gada Bhavan and others. So he chose the same color so that Prabhupada would be pleased. So he's always conscious of pleasing Prabhupada. In everything you do, his decisions are always based on whether it would please Prabhupada. So his Guru Nishtha is amazing. So may I get a little bit of it? So I remember how when you visited Hyderabad, many of your family members had the opportunity to hear Maharaj directly. It was the only time they heard, and a lot of them, they are not devotees yet. And when I went to Hyderabad recently, all of them remembered, still, how is your Guru doing? He was 12 years, they had no other connection with Maharaj. Still, Maharaj's association is so powerful, transforms the hearts of people who hear him. Especially he visited one of my uncle's place because he was a chief guest that time. He gave a lot of time to his son. His son, he had a startup in Hyderabad. He always asks about that. So he just gave like 15-20 minutes to them, but Maharaj is so powerful. Nobody can forget his association, and that is their greatest fortune in their life. I pray one day they can get to the next stage of their devotional life. Yeah. So on this auspicious day, we pray for forgiveness for my many failures in following your instructions and my shortcomings. We pray that we always remember you and your instructions and never deviate from the auspicious path that you have given. I also was extremely inspired by the offerings so far, especially so nicely summarized the entire journey home, and other devotees as well. Very inspiring. Thank you all for your association. So we'll complete this.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Today I wish you a very happy Krishna Conscious birthday. First off, I'd like to thank you, Maharaj, for touching so many hearts in this world, including my parents and mine. Because of your selfless love and genuine desire, you've been able to transform the lives of thousands of people worldwide. Maharaj, your humility, simplicity, and desire to serve selflessly attracts the hearts of so many people. I enjoy reading your book, The Journey Home. Each story can be interpreted in many ways, which always hit very close to home. I can't even remember how many times I've read each chapter. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for giving us such a wonderful gift. You do not just preach by words, but by actions as well. I am indebted to you for all the blessings I received, the first being the moment you gave me my name. On this auspicious occasion, I beg for your blessings so that I may continue to advance in Krishna consciousness and become a good devotee. Thank you.
No, he came for that.
Please accept me happy Krishna conscious and second You are the icon of compassion and all your disciples are also very compassionate and very encouraging.
because of them I got connected to ISKCON in spite of many annual days. By your causeless mercy I got connected to Guru Parampara. Though I have connected to the Parampara, I wouldn't be having like this without your loving disciples' guidance and encouragement. I was reading the quote today morning that Bhakti Yoga stands for we appreciate the devotional qualities in others. When I was reading this, I remembered how we felt encouraged when we genuinely appreciate each other. So whenever my mind is restless, your lectures are the only my hope. On this auspicious day, I beg your blessings to imbibe the quality of genuinely appreciating the devotional qualities in everyone and increase my faith in holy name. Thank you, Maharaj. Hare
Hare Krishna. Next is your trying to be humble service. You can do timer.
What are you waiting on?
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Spiritual word.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatmridasya Jnananjanasalakaya Chakshurunmirtam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangam Lagayati Girim Yatripatamam Shri Gurum Devatharanam. First of all, I offer my most humble obeisances to all the esteemed Vaishnavas who are assembled here. I am so fortunate that Guru Maharaj has given this nice family of God brothers and God sisters, that this is really the family away from our family in India. As every year goes by, I see how unqualified I am, because I see the level of devotional service performed by all of my God brothers and God sisters, and the commitment, the dedication that all of my God brothers and God sisters show makes me feel ashamed that I'm nowhere near close to them. I know this is a day to glorify Guru Maharaj, but I still want to start with this because by glorifying my God brothers and God sisters, I'm sure it will make our Guru Maharaj proud. Just like how one child, if the child is glorifying his brothers and sisters, the parent will obviously be happy. So I want to thank all of the esteemed Vaishnavas who are assembled here and making us part of CRP congregation family. About Guru Maharaj, again we are completely unqualified, and it's Guru Maharaj's costless mercy that gave us initiation more than 6 years back. Somehow, by stroke of luck or by stroke of Krishna's and Guru's mercy, we came to be known as Guru Maharaj disciples, even though I have no qualification. Prabhupada has taken the literature from our Sanatana Dharma and try to present it in a way that it needs to understand. And what our Guru Maharaj has done, I think, he's taken what Prabhupada has given and he's trying to simplify it even further in a way that somebody like me can understand. Already it's simplified, but that's not going into a wooden brain like mine. But Guru Maharaj has taken that message and then he's trying to soften it even further so that somebody dull-headed like me can understand. I thought of an analogy recently because I have my experience of feeding Arjun for a long time now, because a lot of effort goes in feeding him, preparation and setting the environment and mood and finally trying to feed him, and it's a challenge because we try to feed him, he doesn't open his mouth, or he opens his mouth very little and doesn't take much, or sometimes he opens his mouth a lot and then he spits it out. Whatever we give, he spits it out. I thought, I'm not doing much different from what Arjun is doing. because our Guru Maharaj is taking this nice lectures, nice philosophy in the form of Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita, and he's giving such very nice lectures in a way easily understandable. And not only that, Guru Maharaj is presenting it in such a soft mood that can easily go into somebody's heart by varying his mood, varying his tone. It's like, he's sitting right next to us and talking to us. I'm sure all of us have felt that. It's not like he's talking to 6,000, 7,000 devotees. It's like he's personally sitting to us and talking to us. So to that extent, he's taking care and compassion. And so he's being so compassionate in delivering the philosophy. And on top of it, he's using, mimicries and sound effects and so on. So because we get distracted and somebody like me sleeps in the class. So Maharaj is using sound effects and he's taking us to yatra and other places so that we can digest the philosophy. But I'm like Arjun, I'm just either not opening my heart and taking the philosophy that Maharaj is giving, or even if I accept, I'm just spitting it out because I hear in one ear and let it out in the other ear. So I really pray and hope to Guru Maharaj that I get the taste to hear his lectures and absorb the nectar that he shares in his lectures for the benefit of all of us. Because as so many devotees have shared, everything that we need to do, that we need for our life is contained in Maharaj's lectures. So we just need to absorb it. I made an attempt to listen to his lectures recently, just like how somebody, before an examination comes, like 10 days before the exam, throughout the year, their student doesn't study, and 10 days before the exam, they start studying. So like that, I also, every year when Maharaj's Vyasa puja comes, I start listening to lectures 1 month before, 1 week before, even though I'm supposed to listen throughout the year. So I just started recently listening to some lectures, and a couple of things struck me with a lot of impact. One is the humility that Maharaj is himself demonstrating, and then next is the faith and dependence that he shows on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Humility, a couple of points that I note down is that true humility means to be grateful not for the good things, but true humility means to be grateful for hardships. When difficulties come, not being neutral, not being negative, but being grateful. That struck me because when hardships come, I try to turn my face away from Krishna, like, why you are doing this to me? So I turn negative, or at best, I turn neutral. And I was like, this is exactly what I'm going through my mind, and Maharaj said the same thing, that it means to be grateful for your hardships. And Maharaj himself has demonstrated that in his life all along, throughout his hardships at various stages of his life, he's been grateful, and that's why he's been able to cross over so many obstacles that a human being cannot go through or pass over. And then next is his dependence on Krishna. He says that the purer we are, the more dependent we are on Krishna, and that we need to sincerely pray to Krishna to take us in their shelter, and that's a sign of humility, and that's a sign of dependence. So I really hope and pray that of this ocean of qualities that Maharaj has, this humility and dependence on Krishna stood out to me, at least in the lectures that I've recently heard. So I pray that we can imbibe at least a tiny fraction of those qualities and be eligible to be called his disciple one day. And you want to say something?
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna Maharaj, your compassion and humility are some of the qualities which I really admire. And recently I had experienced something when I was out on an India trip with my son for an Ayurvedic treatment, and we always have your bhajans as an app in my cell phone, and we just play to Arjun. We play to Arjun whenever he's a little cranky or disturbed, and it really he really loves them, and we have to take shelter of your Vani and Kirtans all the time. This example demonstrated how we should surrender to your Vani and Kirtans at all times, whether it's difficult or happy times. So we went for an Ayurveda treatment, and then he had a Dara, he's supposed to take a Dara treatment. There it's supposed you have to lie down on the bed for almost 1 full hour, and you're not supposed to wake up or shake your body. So that 1 hour, and they were telling me that because he was getting up in between the previous days, and if he's doing the same way, then we cannot do his treatment. And then I just played the bhajan, Maharaj's bhajan, and he Arjun loves Maharaj's bhajans. Jainita Chaitanya Bole Nachaya Manam. That one song kept him going for the whole treatment, for the whole 1 hour. And I put it on a loop, and he was just lying down with that one bhajan for almost 7 days, every day, 50 minutes. I really could feel your mercy and compassion in that bhajan, and how you showed us how merciful you are and how compassionate you are at that moment. And I just literally had tears in my eyes. That one particular bhajan. See, my child is able to hear that one bhajan, so why don't I listen to all your lectures and follow your footsteps, whatever you preach in your lectures? Especially, when I got married, I didn't know, how to lead up. We don't have, even our parents would have not given us such nice instructions, how to lead a married life, how to raise your kids. But Maharaj, in your lectures, you have given us all the instructions, like how the parents tell the kids, how a husband and wife should lead a life, how they should live congenially, so that Radha, Krishna and Lakshmi Narayanan will stay in their home. The husband and wife are congenially live in their life together, following the path of bhakti, how it can happen. So I pray at your lotus feet, so that one day I follow all the instructions. And also you have given us a very wonderful family. I am really indebted to all my God brothers and God sisters, from whom I have learned a lot of things, and they really, a lot of them have really inspired me in this path of Krishna consciousness. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much to all of you.
Sorry, we are taking time. There is one minute of Maharaj lecture which really touched my heart, and I wanted to cry after hearing that, but my heart is harder than a stone, so I couldn't cry. But that really touched me. So if I have your permission, I would like to. So the context is this is a lecture on Gajendra Moksha, and Maharaj is comparing Gajendra first time with Draupadi, how both were helpless, and how both were raising their arms. Draupadi raised her arms, Gajendra lifted her trunk, his trunk. And Gajendra also has his family, nobody could help him. Draupadi also had all his family, nobody could help her. At the time, Maharaj is making a point on the faith that we should have. So Maharaj says that both Draupadi and Gajendra, they are just not making a namesake call. Not calling out just like that. That maybe Krishna will come, maybe Krishna is there. They call with such a faith. And Maharaj is saying that we should also have such a faith. And he gives, maybe you should hear, let's stop and then. So that's the background. And the context is he says that we should have faith in the things that we do on a daily basis. And I heard this lecture. It so happened one day when I was doing some service, I felt a little demotivated that, being the conditioned soul I am, I crave for recognition. And there were times when, I did some service and I felt like, what's going on? Nobody is recognizing me. And I felt a little demotivated because in my mind I have the subtle lust, gross lust as well as subtle lust of distinction, recognition, and so on. And I came home and somehow I just went to YouTube and picked this random lecture, and this is what Maharaj says. You can put the plate.
This very moment is accepting my service. When we're sitting in Bhagavatam class, when we're chanting our rounds, when we're doing kirtan, when we're sweeping the floor or washing the walls or whatever service we're doing, management or book distribution or taking care of our child or our parents or studying in school with a spiritual purpose. Whatever service we may be doing, it's important that we have complete faith that here and now, at this very moment, Krishna is present. Present in my heart, present in between every atom, present in the effulgence of Brahman, present in the moon and in the sun, present, watching, hearing, responding, accepting my efforts. And if I'm doing it properly, Krishna at this very moment is pleased with me. That is bhakti. Not I'll please Krishna tomorrow.
Yeah. Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Shifting the speaker in the front, or
We'll try to.
Just hold on. Swami, we're going next. We're moving the mic.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Wired mic will
Wired भी है.
wired लगा है.
आप बताओ. You are the sound expert. ठीक है bro, आप उसको लेकर touch and bro. आप remove the speaker. Whatever you think, you do the best.
No, why? This is the movie from that I didn't. He loved it so much. Yeah, this one. And the moment she says he wanted that. And even once I was learning it for Chaitanya Prabhu, that same song, and then Arjun was like singing that song, like he was singing like, oh yeah, like more like, in like, he's singing like, oh, yeah, he loves it. Both Arjun and Yeah, we have these like actions that like Hare Krishna tunes I did, and Radhanath Maharaj Kirtan, and then Radhanath Maharaj Bhajans, and then there's also the Yeah. And also you can turn off the phone and let it play. Like, and it's free too, you don't need to pay for it. That's why I have it. It's only on Android. It's only on Android. That's why I got it on this one. It's only on. Yeah, like you can put headphones and listen to it. You don't need internet. You don't need to pay.
One more mic. One was ask Maya.
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Please bring Gokul also.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामी नामिने नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी भाषाश्च देशकाल जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर जय गौर जय Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisance on this 72nd Vyasa Puja Mahotsav. I wish you happy Krishna conscious birthday, Maharaj. Thank you, Maharaj, for accepting me and giving me mercy upon me and my family. We are really grateful for our, even though we are not qualified to be qualified to your disciple, but you have greatly accepted us and given us. So I was reading recently Journey Home book, and that and conclusion afterwards you mention a paragraph, and it's really struck me what is importance of the initiation and guru. So I just want to read. Shortly after returning to my family, I chose to live in the ashram in America. 2 times I was offered initiation from my guru, but I declined, feeling I was still underserving. Neither would I cut my hair nor shave my head like all other monks until I felt absolutely ready to commit myself to initiation. In the spring of 1973, we celebrated the appearance day of Lord Chaitanya, the incarnation of Krishna for this age, and fasted till moonrise. I secluded myself in a dark the closest thing I could find to a cave, and vowed to chant 100,000 names of Lord on my wooden prayer beads. After about 6 hours, a special inspiration sprung from within, and I prayed, "My dear Lord, on your birthday, what gift can I offer you?" Another hour passed as I meditated on the Maha Mantra while chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. My question seems to echo in my background. "My dear Lord, on your birthday, what can I offer you?" As I chanted the very last of the 100,000 names, a A voice within my heart called an answer to my question is offer your hair. So I knew what that meant. In the past, I had resolved to only sever my hair when I was ready to accept the vows of initiation from a spiritual master. I believed that this was the voice of Lord confirming that I was now ready to take that vow which I had refused to accept repeatedly from many great souls on my path. So, in the summer of 1973, I took formal vows of initiation. At that time, Srila Prabhupada lovingly offered me the name Radhanath Das, servant of Lord Krishna, who is the beloved of Radha. To help me remember the special, a friend gave me a framed photograph. Neither he nor I were prepared for the stunning reaction it would invoke. My body shivered and mouth dropped. I could not believe what I was seeing. It was the same back cover photo from the pamphlet that I had been left with at Randall's Island Rock Festival in New York. That was the day before I received the fateful call from Gary. The day before destiny pulled me away from the life I knew and into the realm where everything had to change. Weeks later, while crammed in the back of the van, while hitchhiking in England, I had looked at it for the first time and been struck by the personality in the photograph, thinking, if anyone in this creation has spiritual bliss, it's this person. I lost the pamphlet after that day and never had another thought about it. Now, for the first time, I made a connection. The person in the photograph was my guru, Srila Prabhupada. I could not believe it. Destiny had led me in a full circle. At every one side of my spiritual quest, the Lord had cryptically revealed who my guru was to be and the path I was follow. The mystery was only disclosed on the day of my initiation. Jai. Thank you very much, Maharaj. It's very good. When I read first time, it's very hard for me to understand what is importance of initiation. But you clearly explained and showed that what is the meaning of initiation means. Initiation is the one who connects it and realize the God in you. The same contest, Prabhupada quote also is one quote is given. The one can know the God and one's relationship with the God only when one actually meets the representative of God. So it's when I read these two, and still it struck me that you are clearly following what Prabhupada is saying, as well as you following the Guru Parampara, and also you realized it as a disciple that you are part of this Guru Parampara and dear disciple of Srila Prabhupada. But when I come to my scenario, that even though I am not, first of all, that I never chanted 100,000 names in a day or in a before my life, that to in a single day or in a whole time. And you are done so many times like this to get qualified and to guess. And that itself it show me that how fallen I am, and it's very hard for me to even after many years still I'm not able to get that realization, that initiation I've taken, but I have not taken any seriously till now. I beg you, Maharaj, please bless me that one day I'll get that seriousness of initiation, even though I do so many anarthas even after taking initiation, but still I'm not able to realize. But one good thing you clearly gave me is that you have given me a very good devotee congregation to me, and as God brothers and God sisters. Recently, I have really faced I felt very happy, even one side, but another side I felt losing my father. But even though one side I'm really feeling bad that I lost my father. But at the same time, when I passed this message to a couple of devotees in congregation, within an hour, they came to me and helped me a lot without any expectations around. That tells how much sincerity or all the devotees or disciples you have. I always in a fear that I've been seeing so many recent great passing of souls, passing great souls, how they graciously passing, they leave the body, but especially around the devotees. I always fear that if will I be any devotees around me that if I leave this body. I always fear of that. But recently, when I see my God brothers and God sisters reaction when my father passed away, I really felt that I should have very good. I will pray to Guru Maharaj that I always be in this congregation or and give them service to them back so that I can always be. At least one day I'll get be devotees like all of you. All of you. Panchakalpatarupasya kripa sindhubhyaiva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo. Thank you very much, Maharaj.
You did not use those paper towels. No, I need to say you should have cried more and used this.
Srinivas Sharan Prabhu.
Right, Guru?
Yeah. Yes.
Keep them ready, okay? Hare Krishna. That's good. Okay. Hare Krishna, everyone. First of all, thank you, Gaurang Chandra Prabhu, Anurag Saki Mataji, and family for hosting this program. It's not a joke to host a program. You know, I know planning has been going on for last few days. So, a big round of applause to them. So I just wanted to make sure you're all awake to listen to my words. That's why I asked you to do some action. Okay, welcome Pravalika. Okay. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurum Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namini. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Dear Srila Gurudev, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, a happy 72nd Avirbhav Mahotsav Din. I consider fortunate that I am offering my namas to Srila Gurudev. Maharaj is one of the most prominent and influential spiritual leaders of the world today. Not only within ISKCON, but in the entire spiritual leaders leadership, Maharaj is one of the most prominent and influential spiritual leaders in the world. He is inspiring hundreds and thousands of devotees across the world, and he's making hundreds and thousands of devotees all over the world. So on this auspicious day of his Avirbhav Mahotsav, I would like to glorify some of his qualities. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur said, Guru means Gunarnavam. Arnavam is ocean, Guna is qualities. Gunarnavam is ocean of qualities. So I think Gaurang Chandra Prabhu or somebody said, Guru, or maybe you said, right? Ocean of qualities. Yeah. So Guru means ocean of qualities. Just like how Krishna is full of qualities, his qualities are unlimited. The qualities of a Guru are also unlimited. But I'm not even qualified to glorify these qualities. But for my own purification, I would like to glorify some of his qualities. The first and foremost one is love and affection. Maharaj, you shower unconditional love on everyone who come in contact with you. You show special love for your God brothers and sisters. The way you treat, recognize and glorify Srila Prabhupada's disciples is unparalleled. Maharaj, you maintain wonderful relations with your God brothers and sisters, and they also reciprocate with you wonderfully. Seeing all of you together like this with love and affection gives us a feeling of wonderful Achyuta family that Srila Prabhupada had established. Through your loving relations with your God brothers and sisters, you teach us how to cooperate with each other in the congregation in serving Guru and Krishna. Maharaj, you are an epitome of love. I would like to further glorify your loving quality, loving and affection quality by drawing some parallels to what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Srila Prabhupada had done. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Prabhupada and our dear Gurudev, they are all distributing three things. Okay? So question to all of you. So what did Chaitanya Mahaprabhu distribute when he was preaching?
Holy name.
Okay? But what's the underlying substance?
Mercy.
Excellent. Mercy. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was distributing mercy. And what did Srila Prabhupada distribute? Okay. Some other guesses? Causeless mercy. That was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu was showering mercy on even unqualified people. So what did Prabhupada distribute? Guru Bhakti. No, when he came to New York during the initial days,
He was distributing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy.
Chaitanya Prabhu's mercy. That's a good attempt. That's a good attempt.
We distribute to those who don't even want it. We distribute love
For the most unqualified.
Unqualified. Okay? So, Srila Prabhupada was distributing faith. Okay, now I'll explain a bit. And now, coming to our dear Gurudev, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, what is he distributing?
Love.
Excellent. Okay, so we have Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who distributed, or even now he is distributing mercy. His Leela is going on. And Srila Prabhupada is distributing faith. And our dear Gurudev, Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, love. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was distributing mercy even on the most unqualified ones. Even the most unqualified Jagai Madai like me. And Srila Prabhupada, when he came to New York and started preaching, he was simply distributing faith. He was simply distributing faith. And because Prabhupada knows that behind everything there is Krishna's hand. He had that strong conviction. when people, ask Prabhupada, why do you criticize scientists all the time? Prabhupada clearly said, I can say so because I know that behind everything there is Krishna's hand. So his faith was so strong. So with that strong conviction, he was simply distributing faith. And very soon that faith became contagious. And he made thousands and hundreds and thousands of devotees. And now our dear Srila Gurudev, Radhanath Swami Maharaj, he is distributing love. How many of you have experienced love in the first visit? Everyone except a few. So recently, one family, they were talking to me, and then that Mataji, she's a disciple of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. So she's visiting her daughter and son-in-law here. So she was recollecting an incident where they met Radhanath Swami Maharaj like 10-15 years ago. It was only a 5 minutes meeting, but they still remember all the interaction and the loving exchanges they had with Maharaj. So Maharaj showers love on everyone who come in contact with Maharaj. Maharaj, you show love and affection on everyone, and even the unqualified ones like me, even a few moments of association with you in any place. A person would carry with them the loving exchanges they had with you during those few moments, and will remember for the rest of their life. And then I would like to narrate an incident where Maharaj was showering love on a devotee. Not a devotee actually. He was showering love on a visitor at Chowpatty temple. So he was not even a dignified or not so good person, not so qualified. But still, Maharaj was showering a lot of love on him for several months. And then looking at the disciples, after some time they asked Maharaj, this person is not even not even so nice. He's not even following regulatory principles, not even, serious about Krishna consciousness. Why are you showering so much love on him? Then Maharaj responded saying that if you give too much love to any person that they cannot hold, they will distribute it to others. So that was an amazing treatment Maharaj gave to this person. And then very soon that person became a devotee, and then he started distributing love to everyone. So just like sun showers light on each and every individual, you shower mercy on everyone who come in contact with you with your cheerful smile and loving gestures. Cheerful smile and loving gestures. How many of you connect with those? Whenever you see Maharaj, the first thing that you see is a beautiful smile on his face. You can see a beautiful smile even from distance. So Aryan was telling, right? He was trying to get a glance of Maharaj in Pune from long distance. So I think everyone is looking for that beautiful smile on Maharaj's face. So the next quality I would like to glorify is Ajata Shatru. Maharaj, you have conquered the hearts of everyone with your love, and you have become Ajata Shatru. You are one of the rarest souls who do not have enemies. In other words, there is no one that you don't like, or there is no one who do not like you. While working with millions of people across the world, it is very difficult to keep everyone happy in large projects. But with your loving nature, you are making everyone happy all the time. The next quality I would like to glorify is absorption in Krishna. Maharaj's absorption in Krishna. Maharaj, you are deeply absorbed in Krishna, and yet you are very practical. You are down to earth, and you know what needs to be done in a particular situation that is favorable to Krishna and also that is pleasing to all the devotees. So I heard in a lecture that Maharaj always does Manasika Parikrama of Govardhana every night. Before sleeping, Maharaj does Manasika Parikrama of Govardhana. So now look at Maharaj's mood. Every night before sleeping, he does a Manasika Parikrama of Govardhana. And recently, somebody was sharing, either Rajaraman Prabhu or Brajakur Prabhu, during the Guru Smaran call. So one of them were sharing that whenever Maharaj takes off the flight or lands the flight, he recites the complete Mangalacharana prayers. Yeah. So he's completely absorbed in Guru and completely absorbed in Guru and Krishna. So there was another incident that that tells how much Maharaj is absorbed in Krishna. When Maharaj was in Vrindavan, so one day the priest from Radharaman temple, he came and brought Mahaprasad. They were all Indian sweets. And we all know Maharaj does not like, it's not his favorite. Indian sweets is not one of his favorites. He might like cookies or other stuff, Western sweets. But Indian sweets is not something that Maharaj, would like it instantly. So when this pujari from Radharaman temple brought a box of Indian sweets, Mahaprasad, then Maharaj became ecstatic and he felt as if Radharaman came and and showing mercy in the form of those sweets. And he opened the box of sweets. He ate all of them. There were so many sweets, he ate all of them. And it's humanly impossible to eat all the sweets, from the sweet box for an old person. And that too, a person who does not like Indian sweets so much. So that tells Maharaj is not an ordinary person. So when he was fully absorbed in Radharaman and accepting that Mahaprasad, he was indicating that he's transcendental. So Maharaj is, even though Maharaj is fully absorbed in Krishna, at the same time he is very practical. So once there was a devotee who was suffering from ill health. So when the devotee's family approached Maharaj, Maharaj told only one thing: just surrender to Krishna. And now it's a kind of lofty, instruction, pure devotional service kind of instruction when somebody is approaching Maharaj, and saying that they are suffering from ill health. But Maharaj was completely absorbed in Krishna and he asked the family to surrender to Krishna. At the same time, at a different time, another, brahmachari, he approached Maharaj and said, Maharaj, my father wanted to give me some property. I'm brahmachari, I don't have any bank account and I'm kind of completely renounced. I may become sannyasi soon. But my father is giving me some property. What should I do? Maharaj said, just take it. So, Maharaj is absorbed fully in Krishna. So everyone would expect an answer saying that Maharaj would say no, don't accept anything. But Maharaj became very practical and asked the devotee to accept it. And then few years later, situations changed and that brahmachari changed ashram. He became a grihastha and that's when it helped. Whatever property he has taken, he has accepted. It helped the temple as well as it helped him personally in the grihastha ashram. So all of us in our lives, whatever we have, materially or spiritually, there is always someone's hand, and that is Shri Guru. And there was another incident. Time up or few more minutes? Few more minutes. So,
Alarm went off 5 minutes back.
so there was another incident where one of the senior brahmacharis asked Maharaj, saying that another brahmachari devotee, he does not attend management meetings. So this brahmachari kind of complaining to Maharaj that this brahmachari does not attend meetings. We want to establish relation with him, and we want to build relation, but he does not attend management meetings. Then any guesses what Maharaj would have responded? What would have Maharaj said about management as a service?
No, you should be a servant. Serve like a servant.
So generally we have this question, right? There are some direct services, there are some indirect services. So what do we hear about management as a service? Is it a direct service or indirect service? Wow, you're all in the mood of Maharaj. So Maharaj said the same thing. Maharaj said management is an indirect seva. So that direct seva is direct hearing of katha, direct chanting, and direct devotional service to Krishna is the direct seva. So management does not help you build relations. Unless you do the direct hearing of katha, direct chanting, and direct service to Krishna, you cannot sustain the management seva. And another quality is in lines of how Maharaj is absorbed in Krishna. Maharaj is a Uttama Kathakar. Kathakar is one who narrates Katha very nicely. So Maharaj is the best Kathakar. So there was a nice incident where during Jagannath Puri Yatra, so the devotees in number of buses, they came from Jagannath Puri to Remuna, and then Maharaj started giving a class, and then all the devotees were supposed to depart they were supposed to go back to Jagannath Puri at 5:30. But Maharaj gave a class of 5 hours, and then it was about 10 o'clock in the night, and then the manager of the yatra reminded Maharaj, saying that Maharaj, all the bus drivers are waiting and we have to go now. By this time we were supposed to reach Jagannath Puri. And then Maharaj continued the lecture furthermore, and then he said, now let us honor the kheer chora, prasadam of the Lord. So let us honor that, to honor this pastime of Madhavendra Puri. And then that Yatra manager said, no Maharaj, we already packed all the kheer prasadam boxes in the bus, and we'll honor after reaching Jagannath Puri. But Maharaj insisted to bring all the boxes there, and then Maharaj taught everyone how to take a morsel of that Mahaprasad, and then how to meditate on Madhavendra Puri, how to meditate on Lord, and then how to take one grain and absorb, and then he gave that complete experience to all the devotees. He did not just ask devotees to just eat Mahaprasad and then we will go. He gave the complete experience of absorbing in Krishna, and then they left to Jagannath Puri. And after that, when the feedback, during the feedback time, when they asked, everyone acknowledged that's the best time. Even though the lectures and everything prolonged, but that was the best time. And then the final thing is visionary. A visionary has the intelligence to understand the future, and with determination and careful planning, he shapes the future. A transcendental visionary is beyond this. Maharaj, you are a transcendental visionary. You not only shape the future with your careful planning and vision, but your vision and planning is always in line with Krishna's planning. So I would like to narrate in 2 minutes what happened in New York, and then I will end with this. Because some of the devotees, they were curious too. 2 more minutes.
Already 5 minutes.
Every second, 1 second is equal to 10,000 hours. That goes to donation towards.
So when I and Radhanath Prabhu, when we went to New York to serve Maharaj in the project of Brooklyn Temple, so we had a series of meetings. There were few Prabhupada disciples, and then Gaurang Prabhu was there. There were few other senior devotees from other congregations, other temples, and for 3-4 days in several meetings, Prabhupada disciples, Gaurang Prabhu, everyone came up with different ideas. Everyone proposed different things. I proposed something, and different senior devotees, they proposed something. Gaurang Prabhu proposed something. And then on the last day when Maharaj, he concluded everything in 5 minutes, changing everyone's plan. In 5 minutes, he concluded the meeting of last 4-5 days series of several hours of meetings. He concluded in 5 minutes, and he was able to do that only because he was completely absorbed in Krishna. Rest of us, we were. Gaurang Prabhu is at 10,000 or 100,000 level high, but even his idea was also. His proposal was also changed by Maharaj, because Maharaj is completely absorbed in Krishna. He put Krishna first before anything else and anyone else. He did not want to move Radha Govind, the deities, from there, and then he made some changes to the project plan that was proposed by Gaurang Prabhu and others. So that was the first time, when I got exposed to Maharaj's management side of it. And I was amazed to see how what a great kind of transcendental visionary Maharaj is. So for any person, even for devotees, it was taking several hours and days to decide what to do. But Maharaj, in just 5 minutes, he concluded everything. So that's the kind of vision that Maharaj has, and because of that vision, we have large projects like GEV, Bhaktivedanta Hospital, and so on. Which are fishing today. So on this auspicious occasion of Maharaj's 72nd Vyasa Puja, I pray at his lotus feet to shower his mercy upon me, so that I can engage my life in serving the mission of Lord Chaitanya and Srila Prabhupada. I beg Maharaj to give knowledge, intelligence, and determination, so that I give up all anarthas and develop great service to Guru and Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Oh, I took only 10 minutes extra? Oh, I thought I took 20 minutes extra.
1 minute, 10,000.
I should have spent more time.
Next year also covered.
You are allowed others indication that more to come. With every page. I am.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, on your very auspicious Puja day, I feel so lucky to be here and try to say a few words. I don't know what I'm going to say now. Whenever I think of you, I think that yeah, thank you, Prabhu. Maharaj, so whenever I think of you, it just seems very magical, and the devotees have been just glorifying you with all the good qualities, the purity, and everything you have. And I know that what you are fully surrendered to your Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada. So in Hindi we say that जिसकी रचना इतनी सुंदर वो कितना सुंदर होगा. So who is if the creation is so beautiful, how beautiful that person will be. So I just see that you are the manifestation of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada is the manifestation of Krishna. And so all the wonderful qualities of a pure devotee is being reflected in you. And that is how all the relationship, wherever you go, you permeate that quality. And that's what makes everything so auspicious. In my life means having taken shelter of you, that's also very magical. And this I don't know how many devotees know that, but our marriage, my marriage with Nandarani was just like a Chat Mangni Patveya, like you just see that and then you get within 10 days you get married. And I was confused, but then I took shelter of my dad who said that, no, she's a good girl, you just marry her. And it happens very similar that, so there always has to be a Guru Tattva. And so in discovering our beloved Guru Maharaj, it just happened so that we were not even thinking that we would ever get initiated. Our teacher, Madhav Chand Prabhu, would never preach that you should get shelter of Radhanath Swami Maharaj. He would never, he was just simple, he was trying to teach us Bhagavad Gita, giving us the concept, try to answer the question, he never said anything. But then while driving back from Sadhu Sangha, hearing the Kirtan of Maharaj, my wife had the inspiration that she would like to take the shelter of Guru Maharaj. And because I think she's the Guru Tattva in my life. So I took shelter of her, and then that's how I discovered you. And I think just like I'm still discovering the good quality of my wife, I think still I'm trying to find Maharaj, how I can serve you, and through the words, as Krishna Murli Prabhu was telling what true humility is, and who can, when I look around, I see Krishna Murli Prabhu is not here. I think that's good actually, otherwise he will feel a little embarrassed because he doesn't want to hear anything about him. But the kind of humility he has, the focus and the detail he has in the service is just amazing. So Maharaj, I just feel very lucky that you were so kind to give us the shelter. I feel so lucky that Harivilas Maharaj was so kind to give allow me to take the shelter. I'm so feel lucky that I have the devotees, like even on the day we were getting initiated, it was Brajaran Prabhu who was, I didn't even know him that time. He was the one who took all my hair out.
Water was remaining.
Still that was a hard part.
For that Mataji took it.
It was a risky proposition, I guess. So you see that how vibrant. We have come from a party person, right? I have been after marriage we have been a very party person. We'll invite people, we'll have party and all. And you see that leaving that party and joining this party means that there's a lot of attraction in this party. So I'm really thankful, Maharaj, for all the things. What I take, I know that as a long way. This full of anarthas. When I look inside me, it's very hard to look even inside me, even hard to even say what my mind is thinking. So, but what I would say with all sincerity, I'm trying to follow an instruction. One thing which I would really like to sincerely do, and I need your blessing, is to be really grateful to you, and that you say that being grateful means that you should do some action. So please allow me and give me inspiration so that I can do some action which is meaningful and pleasing to Guru Parampara. With that, I'll give it to my wife.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, wish you a very, very happy 72nd Vyasa Puja. We are so fortunate to be celebrating this yet again amongst all the congregation devotees. And I beg and pray humbly at the feet of Radha Leela Mother and our Lordships that they bless you with lots and lots of good health and lots of more and more enthusiasm to inspire many more fallen souls with your mercy and love. So, as I was hearing all my dear God brothers and God sisters talk about how fallen they are and how Maharaj has bestowed so much mercy on each one of us, I was thinking and laughing that if there was ever a competition on how much fallen soul Maharaj has bestowed mercy on, I think I will get the first prize. Because as Prabhu briefly mentioned, and I think you will all also agree to this when you hear this, we had never heard your lectures, we have never seen you, we never know your voice. But when we were driving back from Sadhu Sangha, and that too we went for our kids competition, so we couldn't stay there, we just went for a day trip, and that too on one other hidden devotee kind of begging us to go. So we didn't want to miss the closing ceremony of the competition, so we still went after the closing ceremony. And so some of you may have heard me say that DI has changed my kid's life. I think it has also changed our life, because that day when we were coming back from Sadhu Sangha, after our day trip, we had a 5-hour drive to Nashville. And Guru Maharaj, that year you had not come to Sadhu Sangha, but there was last year's CD that were available. So we had to pass 5 hours, so we put that CD. And every time your Kirtan came, something weird happened. It would feel that I want to hear this Kirtan again and again. And this was the first time I came in contact with your Vani. Before that, no lectures, nothing. And now when I relate to what was happening, His Grace Arjun Sakha Prabhu has so many times quoted Gaur Govind Maharaj. And he has said that if you want Krishna, you have to cry for Krishna. Prahlad Maharaj cried, Dhruva Maharaj cried, you have to cry for Krishna. And now I feel that even when now I hear your Kirtan, it feels that you are genuinely crying for Krishna. It has like so much depth and so much, I should not call it pain, but it has so much depth that it just touches the heart every time I hear it. I feel like I don't get the goosebumps that I was getting when I was on that road trip. I bet that I can probably feel that again, but it still touches the heart so often. And then Guru Maharaj, this year, when we got a chance to be in the LA Rath Yatra with you, that was a very, very profound feeling. Earlier, we have seen the fun side of you. We have seen you making sounds of animals. We have seen you making sounds of storms and rain and all that, making people laugh. But when I saw you this time in Rath Yatra, your mood was so grave. The way you looked at the deities, the way you were dancing in front of the chariot, there was nothing funny about it. And for us, when we attend Rath Yatra, I feel that our mood is, oh, so big the chariot is. How many devotees have come? How are they dressed? How are they dancing? Who is doing the kirtan? That is the focus of our yatra. But for you, none of that mattered. It was just you and Jagannath, Baldev, Subhadra. That is what I noticed. In fact, like when I was walking behind you, somebody was holding an umbrella for you because it was very hot. And you didn't care. But then suddenly some commotion started happening because devotees thought this is a seva opportunity, so they wanted to also hold the umbrella. But when you saw that something like this happening, you just said that you don't want the umbrella. Before that, you didn't even realize that there was an umbrella on your head. So that is your mood. And it reminded me of how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would conduct or participate in Rath Yatras. If this is your mood, I can hardly imagine what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mood would be when he would be conducting or participating in Jagannath Rath Yatras. So it gives us an iota of a glimpse of what the mood should be in Rath Yatra. So I am really thankful for that experience. I very easily forgot that whole thing, and when Rath Yatra happened in Seattle, I was again back to that same mood. But I pray that someday I can also become that grave like that and be able to make connection with the deities in that format. One last thing that I would like to say is that lately I don't know why, but 2 times back to back when I tried to hear your lectures, I got the same message. You were quoting Prabhupada, and you said that a true Vaishnava is someone who expects challenges in their life. And you were saying that a devotee should always be prepared for challenges. And you said that this is, people may think this is pessimism, but this is actually optimism. Because if a devotee is expecting challenges in the life, when challenges come, you still have faith because you are expecting the challenges. You don't get depressed. But if challenges don't come, then your heart is filled with gratitude. And that gratitude makes the Bhakti Lata Beej grow even stronger and bigger. And I feel like that was so profound because now we are entering this age where I think challenges are going to come in our life. I recently lost my dad. And if we expect that our life will have challenges, it is much easier to deal with them. So thank you, Guru Maharaj, for all these words of wisdom. I think every statement you make is very deep. It's just that I am not ready or prepared to follow them. So please bless me and please be there so that I can at least as someday make all of your sentences practically possible. I don't know when that will be, maybe many lifetimes later, but I will try. Guru Maharaj, thank you.
So I'll just take the opportunity for the small action I said. So this week we will be going for the Sankirtan. That is a seva for Guru Maharaj, because Guru Maharaj said whatever pleases Harilath Maharaj, that's what's going to please him. So if you are all invited, please try to come. We'll be starting the Sankirtan again. And the other thing is we would like to attend at least once a month the Bhagavatam classes by Haridass Maharaj. That's his aspiration that all the devotees should come at least once. So this Sunday he will be giving the special class for us. Chemicals come from life. So you are all invited. We will we'll try to get there at 4:30 to the Japa with Haridass Maharaj, and then he will give the class. So please try to do that. Thank you. Hari Krishna.
You are saying like announce who is that?
Silent announcement.
Scrum Master is better. बाबूजी Scrum Master is better. उनको क्यों बोल रहे हैं? Scrum Master is better. ये तो उनको लिस्ट दो. I'm an IC.
I'm also an IC.
So give her the list. Next is Sridhar Gopal.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। नमो ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामी नामिने। नमो ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामी नामिने। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। Dear Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Radhanath Swami, on this auspicious day of your Ras Puja, please accept our humble obeisances and all glories to Srila Prabhupada. I am offering this offering is for my purification. I don't have any qualification, so please forgive me for any mistakes or shortcomings in my offering. I don't have any qualification, and when I say that, I really mean it, because when I see all your disciples, not only in Seattle but around the world, they have such a high standard and they are such a sincere and hardworking. To give some examples, like here in fact in Seattle congregation itself, recently, like before saying that, like recently I heard in that Guru Smaranam book that you are very you do chanting, all 16 rounds you complete in one sitting, right? And also you have taste for chanting, and as I think Gaurendra Prabhu mentioned, that you chant, for a day, entire day, and day and night also in Vrindavan. So here in Seattle congregation also I see some of your disciples, they have such a taste for chanting, and in spite of seeing them so closely, still I cannot get that taste of chanting, right? So on this auspicious day I pray that please give me some intelligence that I can follow such an examples which are around me, and a few more examples like which I am so dull that I don't follow or I don't get that intelligence to follow your disciples, even though they are setting such a good example. It's one example. Radhanath Prabhu is asking me, like from last 2 Vyasa Puja, he is asking me to make one poster or some slides where this is Guru Ashtakam, and for each stanza you can make one picture of Maharaj and put that stanza. And I'm not able to, I don't know why, but I'm not able to just follow this simple or do this small service for you. So please give me intelligence that I will be able to follow your instructions through your disciples.
That is our next year theme, Prabhu.
And also, I don't know how to say this, but you are such a pure and sincere devotees. Today, just one funny example. I don't know, I should say this or not, but when Kamini Kriti Mataji, she was serving rotis. So she was in the roti, when she served, it was having Jagannath, 2 eyes of us. Such a purity of your devotees. I'm not sure, I'm not like such a high standard of your devotees. I hope I will get that kind of sincerity and purity someday. And also, Maharaj, like when we were reading again this book, or maybe I was listening to one of the Vyasa Puja classes. So there, one of your disciples, he was in Jaipur, he was buying some material for temple, some deities and some other material for temple. And here, when he was dealing with the shopkeepers there, and when he was walking around there, one of the Srila Prabhupada disciple, he happened to meet you there, and he happened to meet that your disciple there, and he asked, "Are you Radhanath Maharaj disciple?" So then this devotee, he didn't know like why he is asking like that. Then this your disciple asked Srila Prabhupada disciple that why are you saying like this? He said that I can see from your dealings how carefully, how compassionately you are talking with the shopkeepers and with the details, all the details. So you have such all such disciples, a very high standard of the devotees. And on this auspicious day, I pray that I also get those qualities, so that when I represent you in the society, that I will be known, by your qualities, and people will recognize like that. And on this auspicious day, I would like to glorify some of your qualities from the Kartika Chandra Prabhu's Prabhupada, your praniti, that he uses the word, you are a Sarva Samvada Karini, you are the harmonizer of all differences. So you are a Sarva Samvada Karini, you are harmonizer of all the differences. So when you were said to be the congregation of Mumbai, right, Chowpatty. So there were so many differences between brahmacharis and grahasthas. So you did talk with the brahmacharis, and you will go to the brahmacharis, you will glorify grahasthas, and you will go to the grahastha and you will glorify brahmacharis, and like that you try to bring them together. So that is how you are harmonizing the differences between grahasthas and brahmacharis. And one more incident, one more pastime from this Guru Smaranam book is that you were in Vrindavan, and in Vrindavan there was one Babaji, that Babaji was he was singing bhajans. Those bhajans were in Hindi, and he knew that you didn't understand Hindi, so he would sing that bhajan in Hindi, and then he will translate the meaning of that bhajan also, that particular stanza also afterwards. But and everybody was enjoying that bhajan, and after some time, maybe the bhajan was everybody was enjoying the bhajan, and that Babaji he stopped.
Eye contact.
He stopped. He stopped translating for the last few stanzas, and at that time you were not following what Maharaj, what that Babaji was speaking, right? And then your face was kind of very like a stone, like a cold face, and everybody was enjoying that. And then like that Babaji, he kept singing the bhajans, and he completed that bhajan. And after some time, at the end, like that Babaji asked, and I think you only said that I didn't understand the last few stanzas, and I was just Maharaj said that I was just standing like a cold stone, right? And that Babaji said, yeah, you are right. Your heart is like a stone, but it is like a touchstone. So like that, Maharaj has transformed so many devotees' life, right? That we have seen. There are so many examples, like all the leaders, as many of you have mentioned, that Bhakti Rasamrita Swami and Gauranga Prabhu and Govinda Prabhu. Like that, so many disciples are like leaders because of your this quality, and your touchstone like a heart. You have transformed life of so many devotees. I won't take much time. So again, Maharaj, we pray to Shri Radhanath Madhav to bless you with a good health and long life to serve the mission of Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Hare Krishna.
Happy Krishna Conscious birthday to Maharaj. I'm going to tell you a story about from the Guru Parampara book by Radhanath Prabhu. The story is also by Radhanath Prabhu. So first one time, this Vrindavan Prabhu, he used to do all of the sevas in the temple for Radha Gopinath. So like cutting the vegetables, waking up the deities, making sleep deities, and everything like that. And Maharaj was coming one time, and one brahmachari, he wanted to do all the sevas. So then Prabhuji was like, yeah, you can do it. And then that brahmachari, he was like, I'll do everything, like waking and sleeping and everything. So then in the morning for Mangalarti, when the curtains opened, Vrindavan Prabhu was bowing down, and then suddenly he heard someone say, like kind of shouting in his ear, like, where's the Guru Parampara? So then he was like surprised, like, who is this? And then he turned around and he saw his Maharaj, and he was so confused because he was so confused to see like Maharaj saying something to him. So then Maharaj again, he was like, where's the Guru Parampara? And then Prabhuji was so confused because he's never seen Maharaj like so kind of like angry. So like and then Maharaj was like, do you think you can go to Krishna directly without the Guru Parampara? So then after that, Vrindavan Prabhu was so surprised, and he was like, should I go get, he was like thinking in his mind, should I put the parampara back, or like what should I do? So then Maharaj was like, you should go put the parampara back. So then he realized that brahmachari, he forgot to put it in place. And then after that, Maharaj had a class because he came to the temple, and he had a class. And after the class, he met that Prabhuji, and he was like, Maharaj was like, please forgive me, I shouted at you. And then Prabhuji was like, how can I forgive you? You were right. How can I forgive you? And Maharaj was like, please forgive me. And then this went on for a while, and then then again, one time in the afternoon, they met again, and Marge kept asking for forgiveness, and then Prabhuji was like, no, how can I forgive you? You were right anyway. And also in the evening that happened. Also, that Prabhuji used to sleep in a place where, like, in the altar room, like in front of the altar room, there was like an open space. So then that Prabhuji used to sleep there, and sometimes Marge would sleep there too. So then they again met, and then Marge was like, please forgive me. And then Prabhuji was like, no, how can I? And then Marge was saying, if you don't forgive me, then I can't sleep peacefully. So then Prabhuji was like, what can I say? So then he was like, just because you're ordering me and I want you to sleep peacefully, I forgive you. And then Marge was like, Haribol, now I can sleep peacefully. So you can see how Marge even showed his humility in front of this Prabhuji, even though he was trying to correct him. And also, I want to also tell you about how he is so merciful, because he named me, and he also, like, he even agreed to name like a child, and like he knew that my name should be Tulsi, because he is so he's so close to Vrindavan, and he just knew, and he was so merciful to even agree to that. So I just want to say that.
ज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. I wish you all happy Vyasa Puja. Dear Guru Maharaj, then with pranam, please accept my humble obeisance. All kudos to Srila Prabhupada. I wish you a very happy 72nd Vyasa Puja, Parents' Day. Every year, actually, before your Vyasa Puja, I decide to listen the Vyasa Puja offering by other devotees, so that I can develop the mood and to remember some of your instructions, which you have given through your wonderful lectures. And every year I hope to work on developing at least one qualities that you say that every devotee should have to attain, that prema, that bhakti. And but actually I have a lot of anarthas, and I keep deciding to really work on it, or to at least reduce those anarthas. But Guru Maharaj, somehow I'm unable to do this, and I'm always failing for it and failing on it. But please forgive me for my shortcomings. So actually the last week I was listening to a lecture where Guru Maharaj was talking about Kubja from the Ramayana. So he was talking about Kubja in that lecture in very length. So like basically how she served Krishna and Balaram by giving the best of the things which she had, which was the fragrance oil. We all know the story. And by doing that offering, even though she knew that how the Kamsa would, how Kamsa would react on that, but she gave that was the best thing she had, and she gave that to Krishna and Balaram as soon as Krishna asked for it. And at the end we know that she got the eternal position. And then in that lecture, Guru Maharaj was talking that what was her real position actually. So that lecture was actually very nice. But the next thing Maharaj talked that he talked about the Kamsa, that how the Kamsa's actually real intention was he invited Krishna. He invited Krishna and Balaram, and he made. We all know that he made a lot of arrangement to kill him, basically, and but the day before Kamsa got killed. So when they came to the Mathura city, so he heard how all the Mathura people are reciprocating with Krishna, and he was basically terrified to hear Krishna's glories, and how he broke the bow which he had it, and after listening all this also, but Krishna was he was so determined to kill him. And Guru Maharaj said in that lecture that even he was saying that even Kamsa could have that moment, even Kamsa could have said that to Krishna, that Krishna, I'm lost and you win. One time he could have said that. Then Guru Maharaj was saying that Krishna could have given him the position of one of his best friends in that moment, and like that. And immediately after that, Maharaj said that, like Kamsa, we all, like how much Krishna is, like he was connecting to our life, that how much Krishna is crushing, how much Krishna is, how much Krishna is crushing us in so many situations in our life. But why don't we just say that Krishna, I am yours? So how many moments actually comes in our life? Actually, I can talk about myself. That so many situations come that there is really the necessity that Krishna, I am yours, and you just give me the direction or let me do this. But that time, I can't. I don't do that actually. So Maharaj was saying that why don't we just say that Krishna, I am yours? But I thought that in my case, what comes, that my ego comes. So that I don't let my ego go. So today I'm begging Guru Maharaj that please help me to let my ego go, or cut off my ego actually. So again in another class I think yesterday I heard that when Prabhuji was quoting, he was talking about how all the sannyasis, we know how they sacrifice their life for us, right? And they go through a lot of discomfort, but still they travel for us. So like that Prabhuji was quoting that, like the clouds give the rain, but who gets the benefit? Trees give the shades, but who gets the benefit? And flowers give the fragrance, but who get the benefits? Like, dear Guru Maharaj, you are like these clouds, you are like these trees, and you are like these flowers who's actually sacrificing your life for all of us, and you are lovingly caring and praying for us. And actually in one of the lecture, I think I heard yesterday only, it was a very short lecture about his instruction to the disciples. So he was saying that like Srila Prabhupada is my life and soul, so like that all my disciples are my life and soul. So that sentence actually moved me a lot. What else we can ask from him, right? So he is saying that we are his life and soul. So that made my day. Yeah. So yeah, I conclude with one of the Dhruv Maharaj prayers, that where he quotes that I have been searching for some pieces of broken glass, but instead I have found the most valuable jewel. I am therefore fully satisfied, my Lord. I do not wish to ask anything more from your Lordship. So this is the Dhruv Maharaj prayers after that everything has happened. So like that actually we all are here in search of some material comfort in this Western land, but by the mercy of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, we have found a shelter under loving and caring wings of our dear Guru Maharaj. So this material comfort of this place is like broken glass for us. So once again I thank you so much, Guru Maharaj, for giving us a shelter and showering your unlimited love on me and my family and my big family here, my god brothers and god sisters. So again, please forgive my any offenses, and I beg forgiveness from all of you. So I pray and wish to celebrate your many more Vyasa Puja in the association of all my God brothers and God sisters. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Shri Prabhupada. I haven't prepared anything, so this is on the spot. But I wanted to just say like whatever I heard from other offerings. So when I asked my mom, like I think a couple of years ago, like why did you decide to get, or like why did you choose Radhanath Maharaj as your guru? She just said that it was. She basically said that it was like she heard lectures from so many of his like senior disciples, like Gauri Prabhu and Rohini Prabhu, and just like seeing their sincerity and like how many devotees they inspired. It inspired her to take shelter of Radhanath Maharaj, and at the time I always thought it was like, oh, that's like okay answer, and it's like Nandarani Priyamachi's story about like how she was like on her drive to Sadhu Sangha, she like heard a kirtan and it attracted her. I was like, oh, it's like nothing cool, like there's no like very interesting story. It's just that she was very like attracted by like going through lectures, and like she saw that there's obviously something in Maharaj that translated into these like senior devotees. And at the time I was like, oh, that's like an okay answer. But as the years went by, I realized that it was a lot deeper than I had first known, because just seeing all of you guys do offerings today, I was like thinking about how you guys have so much love for Maharaj, and there's no like expectation that you keep from him, or like any sort of expectation of like a relationship. I wouldn't call it one-sided, because he obviously loves you all very much, but you guys don't have, I would say like going through and like the more people who have like close connections with him, you guys don't like talk to him every day, or you guys even when you meet him, there's a very small chance that he'll sit and have a conversation with you. Like when we went to ISB recently, I remember my mom, Devi Machi and Kali Biti Machi were standing there for so long just to get like a small conversation, just to like even just be with him. And it was very inspiring, because like obviously I'm still young and like I'm not thinking very seriously, but if I like, whenever I think like, oh, what would my Guru Maharaj be like, I notice that I'm always thinking like, oh, it should be someone who I can talk to like whenever I want to, or it should be someone I'm very like close with. I can like go to him like whenever I want, and I can talk to him, and like he should, I guess, know me like personally so that he can help me. But I realized just like, I guess these past like days that that's like a very selfish way of thinking, because I'm only like thinking about that because, oh, like that's what I can get from Maharaj. Like, oh, I want him to know me, and I want him to be close to me. I want him to like give me his association constantly. But then I see all of you guys that are very like selfless with your love, because you have no expectation. You're not expecting him to like talk to you, even a conversation. You guys see him just once in a couple of years, and that too, like that, just that one like meeting carries you. throughout, like for so many years. You only need that like little bit to carry you through, and I guess I couldn't imagine myself loving someone like that so like fully. And like I always see like on like social media posts where like people are always talking about like, oh, what's the like greatest form of love, because like everyone loves to like talk about love and like everything that's in this world, and like people are always talking about, oh, the greatest form of love, like is it between like people who are married, or like a mother and a kid, or like a parents and a kid, or parents, like, you know, between friends, the love between friends. And I guess in all of these relationships there's always something that's there's always an expectation. Whenever you're with a friend, you expect them to treat you a certain way. Even a child expects their parent to like take care of them. A parent expects like some respect, and when they're older, they're gonna expect you to take care of them. And so in all these relationships, there's always some sort of expectation. And I guess when like my mom was inspired by like the senior disciples of Radhanath Maharaj, but I guess I'm very inspired by all of you, because you have no like expectation of anything. You don't like, you know, like I said before, you don't expect him to even know like who you are. And that was very inspiring, because I would say that's the purest form of love that you can have in this material world. And to bring it back to Srila or His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj, I guess you can only love someone like that if the person you're loving is so pure and like gentle and compassionate. So it's very inspiring that this one person can have such an effect on people, that this one person can make everyone, all his disciples, like love him so fully. So Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Standing ovation.
This is without preparation, what will be this?
I know. It is after seeing all of you.
Next is His Grace Srila Gopal Prabhu and family. Srila Gopal Prabhu and family, Kalingi Priti Mataji, Ananta Sai.
She needs 1 hour.
Once it starts,
so much. It spoke only 20 minutes.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please kindly accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Dear Guru Maharaj, I don't have any qualification or eligibility to glorify you, but I'll make a humble attempt to glorify you just for my own purification. Dear Guru Maharaj, you have unlimited mercy and compassion. And you have unlimited mercy and compassion towards all living entities, either towards animals or human beings, whether devotees or non-devotees. It's beyond our thinking. It's beyond our capabilities of our senses. With this mercy, you give me shelter at your lotus feet. And I'm eternally indebted to you, Maharaj. Maharaj, Guru coming into life is the most benediction for any person in the Kali Yuga. You know that I was having a lot of anarthas, but still you accepted me at your lotus feet. I'm eternally indebted to you, Maharaj. Thank you so much. Dear Guru Maharaj, you have a lot of love towards Srila Prabhupada. You have so much of love, Srila Prabhupada. Your heart is filled with the glories of Srila Prabhupada. You're always in conscious of thinking how to please Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. Your heart is filled with Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. With this spiritual empowerment, you have made impossible things to possible. Your breath in and out is for the service of Srila Prabhupada. Dear Guru Maharaj, you have a lot of humility and respect You show great humility and respect towards everyone. You are a living example with auspicious qualities. Humility and respect towards Vaishnavas and Guru and every living being, without which there is no spiritual advancement. You have been teaching us how to cultivate these qualities through your lectures. Dear Guru Maharaj, when we came to California, you gave us a very wonderful darshan of yours. We really cherished that you brought us faith in your association. When you looked at me eye to eye for a couple of seconds, that melted my heart. I relished those moments throughout my life. Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj. On this auspicious day, I beg at your lotus feet to bless me so that I can work on removing the anarthas and cultivate very good qualities to please you, Siksha Gurus and Vaishnavas. Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. So my first ever experience or interaction with His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj was by reading the Journey Home book, and I feel like this book was very pivotal in my Krishna conscious journey because it was something that really solidified my faith within Krishna. And that's because while seeing Maharaj and his story through going all those magical experiences like hearing the Hare Krishna Mahamantra through the Ganges, through going to the Himalayas, meeting all these sages, and finally going to Srila Prabhupada on a search for his Guru and dedicating his entire life to him. Second by second, thinking of Srila Prabhupada, it inspired me very much in my Krishna conscious movement and Krishna conscious journey, and inspired me to do much better. My second experience with His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj was in my parents' initiation ceremony, and I was really inspired by seeing him face to face because I saw how a pure devotee is supposed to conduct himself in a congregation. I saw how he walked, I saw how he talked, how he brought joy to every single person he crossed, and it was really inspiring. My third experience, which is a wonderful story, but so 3 months back we went to ISV, ISKCON Silicon Valley, and we had the fortune of meeting Maharaj at a very close proximity, and so he was signing books for the journey home, and we were in this like really long line waiting for Maharaj, and while we were in the line, like we were waiting for a long time, and we were just 2 people away. Like I was just 2 people away, like from meeting Maharaj, and this Prabhuji came up to me and said, "You can't be in this line anymore. You have to go to the next line because it's getting too crowded." And I was begging Prabhuji, like Prabhu, like I barely get a chance to meet Maharaj ever. This is like a once in a lifetime opportunity. Can I please just stay? Can I please just stay? And he kept on saying, no, you have to come, you have to come. But I kept on begging him. I kept on saying, Prabhu, please. This is the only opportunity I have. And finally he said, okay, you can stay. This is your last. So I went to Maharaj. I bowed down to him and I made eye contact with him. And I had this realization, like Maharaj can read my mind. Like I had that feeling inside. And he said, he looked at me and he said, no, come around. With that one experience, it was like my false ego was like completely shattered with that experience. And I felt like Maharaj is really a spiritual master. It like gave me full conviction in his spiritualistic qualities in him, how he carries himself. And I hope that in the future, I'll meet him again, cherish his moments, and serve him and his pure devotees. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. Happy Krishna conscious birthday, Maharaj. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for all your hard work for us, Maharaj. The first time when I met you, actually the first time when I read the Journey Home book, I understood like how much your journey was like so difficult, and you had so many like difficulties to overcome, but then you still went through it. And Maharaj, one of the times when I saw you, Maharaj, was in Vrindavan. Basically, you were sitting in the kirtan area, so you were listening to the kirtan. And then after some time, one devotee came, and he garlanded you. And then I was just watching Maharaj, the devotee garlanding Maharaj, and I was just thinking, oh, maybe, what if Maharaj gives me this garland? And then suddenly, Maharaj looked to the side, and then he looked at me, he took off his garland, and then he handed me. So then I felt like can read our mind. He's so merciful for us. And then I was so happy. And then even in Maharaj's lectures, he's so enthusiastic. But like we're so fallen that I never really pay attention to the lectures. So I'm very grateful to you, Maharaj. So in one of your lectures, you were explaining how ferocious our senses are, and they whatever we see, we want to grab it immediately if it's materialistic. So my mom was playing the lecture, and then right when I heard that Maharaj is saying that whatever our senses see, if they're materialistic, then we'll suddenly take it. And that same exact moment, I saw a candy on the table, and I was taking it, and then I understood that how impure I was. So I was just thinking that Maharaj, he is putting so much effort into the classes, so that so he put so much effort into the classes, so that I started to listen. And then I also wanted to share one story of Maharaj where so Maharaj was studying a lecture, and then there was 5 minutes left for the class. And then one devotee, he wrote on a paper that Maharaj, there's 5 minutes left, and he put it on the stage. And then Maharaj read it, and he had 5 minutes left. So then after 5 minutes, Maharaj, he read that slip again, and he was 5 more minutes left. And he went for a long time. And then finally he was the devotees were trying to tell Maharaj that it's almost 1 hour is done. But then Maharaj was okay, and then Maharaj finally stopped. So I just wanted to share that story. And then I just wanted to thank Maharaj for all that he has done for us. And I would like to beg forgiveness if I had made any mistakes.
Mataji, can you come forward? More forward. Mataji,
ओम ज्ञानकर्मस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। मुखं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे श्रीगुरुं दीनतारिणम्। Hare Krishna, dear God, brothers and God sisters, please accept my humble obeisances of Srila Prabhupada. I'm very insignificant, most fallen, not at all eligible to glorify Srila Gurudev in front of all of the exalted devotees. Please bless me and forgive me if I have committed any mistakes by offering Srila Gurudev as puja offerings. Hare Krishna, Srila Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of the lotus feet. Lord worship Srila Prabhupada. First of all, thank you very much, Srila Gurudev, for accepting me as your disciple. This is only because of you and His Holiness Sarvilas Maharaj's causeless mercy on me. I am not at all qualified to glorify your unlimited transcendental Vaishnava qualities, but with your blessings, I will try to attempt to glorify some of your amazing qualities, and will try to remember the little associations I got in my life. Maharaj, your qualities are unlimited. Your heart is so pure, which is filled with Sri Guru and Krishna Prema. You are transcendental. Maharaj, recently I am hearing so many pastimes that happened in Chowpatty and some other places. My heart is melting by hearing your divine qualities and love for Krishna and His. Maharaj, when I have attended online Zoom Satsanga class, that time you taught about how to surrender to the Supreme Lord and described about Gajendra pastime. And I was really want to talk to you that day and want to get your blessings. This is the proof that you know everything, Maharaj. Even though you are not, we are unable to see you, but you know everything, whatever is happening in our heart. You are there in our conscious. You are there everywhere. You are watching me always. You are behind me always. You are there next to me. So I was really thinking that I really want to talk to you. I really want to get your blessings. I was really suffering with anasthas and so many issues inside my heart. And that day I just raised at the end my hand. Then suddenly that Prabhuji called my name. And then I asked my questions. And then you answered so nicely, Maharaj. You answered that. So just to focus on sadhana, go to Mangalarti and associate with pure devotees. And reading and hearing should be mandatory. So Maharaj, please bless me. I have to do all this sadhana and all these services only to please you and Krishna. I should not have any other motive. Please bless me, Maharaj. I'm unable to follow that, but I'm always thinking that Gurudeva, I just want to please you. I just want to please Krishna, nothing else. That is the only spirit that is the only spirit I should have. Maharaj, each and every lecture is, you are there in front of us. So even when you are giving online lectures, Maharaj, we feel that you are there with us. You are there with us always. And each and every lecture is filled with so many instructions. And my favorite point is that in one of lecture you mentioned that Krishna loves all the jivas so much. He always likes us to come back. He's always there. Krishna conscious is there everywhere. Flower, fruit, everything you thought about us. You taught Guru Maharaj, you told that. So Krishna conscious is there everywhere. So Krishna thought about you. Krishna created this material world. This flower, fruit, water, everything Krishna created for all these jivas. So Krishna's love is there everywhere. Only Krishna loves us more. Like that, Maharaj. So you are representative of Krishna. You are Sakshat Hari. You came here to take back to Krishna. You really, really want us to love Krishna. Because nobody is permanent. You are teaching me so much, Maharaj. Nobody is permanent except you and Krishna. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for teaching us Krishna Prema. Everybody is around except devotees. Everybody, relatives and everybody they won't stay with us. They are temporary. But Krishna, but you are there always with me, with us. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for loving us so much. And also, Maharaj, you are teaching us so many Vaishnava qualities. Like devotees should be selfless, not selfish. If we are selfless, Krishna will run behind us. Krishna likes us so much if we are selfless. But Maharaj, we are so selfish, no gratitude, always thinking of self-absorption only. It's completely selfish. Please bless us, Maharaj, to get these great qualities. We should do any service only to please you. And also you mentioned that another amazing point, we have to treat everyone, all jivas, even our kids, other kids, everybody is Krishna kids. So please treat everybody, even enemies also, as part and parcel of Krishna. So I'm still trying to understand this, Maharaj. Maharaj, I was born in ignorance, completely in ignorance. You are showing me the light. You are my courage. You are my life. You are my hero. You are my best friend. You are always there with me with your instructions. You are there with us. You are always there to remind us. You are there in our heart. We all love to see your enchanting smile. Your smile is so sublime, Maharaj. Please bless me, Maharaj, to remember the spirit of Krishna conscious of you, conscious of Krishna, conscious of all the great acharyas, conscious of all the great devotees, which should always do sadhana and all the services only to please you, my Lord. Gurudeva, I want to please you always. But these anarthas, Maharaj, disturbing me so much. Sometimes suddenly envy comes, suddenly anger comes, suddenly lust comes. These are there. But Maharaj, these anarthas also helping me in one way. To depend on you, to cry in front of you, to cry in front of the Lord. So really these anarthas are showing me that I am very insignificant. I really want to surrender unto the dust of your lotus feet, Maharaj. Maharaj, when I saw you in ISV temple, I completely understood that you directly came from spiritual world. You were so different, Maharaj. I feel so much happy with your divine association. Really want to talk to you. Really want to share all my problems inside my heart. In that trip, one instruction went deep into my heart, Maharaj. That is, renunciation and detachment is so nice. So how can I understand this? So I was really meditating on that point. Really, Maharaj, recently, this Chaturmasya, I tried to fast on Ekadasi. So really, Maharaj, actually, I understood that. So this conscious, completely, it's different when we fast. Only to please you, nothing else. Only for your pleasure and only for your well-being and only for your health. So if we do that, that's really very nice, Maharaj. That's why I understood that this detachment, renunciation, it's so nice. Because I understood that even though we have so many food items, we are not happy. We want something else. But Maharaj, if you have only some items to eat, that's really nice. We don't have that thinking is not going in that area. No option at all. So really, Maharaj, that leaving that conscious is completely focusing on services and so busily absorbed in services and all those other things. But not like so many, like you are doing this, that. I was like really very, I really like that point, Maharaj. Detachment and renunciation is so sweet. And so I'm hearing recent many pastimes of your holiness, and they're all so transcendental, Maharaj. So many pastimes I heard, but it's already late, I think. Can I stop? No. Go on. For example, when you are as a brahmachari in Manyovan, you bathed in freezing ice water. How, Maharaj, I can't even imagine how you did that. That means you are not in this, you are really transcendental, Maharaj. How can we imagine that taking bath in that cold, icy water? You took care of deities. You make many varieties of bhoga every day. And I was thinking like, how is it possible? And even though you are completely occupied with many services alone, handling everything, but still you used to read Srila Prabhupada books. You gave so much high priority to sadhana also, and completely absorbed, your conscious is completely absorbed in what Srila Prabhupada has mentioned. You are really transcendental, Maharaj. Srila Gurudeva, you see all living entities, even animals with equal vision, even ants, even birds, everyone part and parcel of Krishna. You see like that. And I heard another pastime that Maharaj, you requested to Gaurangam Prabhuji that get a donkey to Eco Village. Prabhuji was just thinking, okay. Maharaj was asking just for fun. And Maharaj asked for the second time. Prabhuji said, okay Maharaj, okay, I'll get it. And Maharaj asked third time. Gauranga Prabhu said, not it Maharaj, I didn't get, sorry. So then Maharaj said, donkey should be here in just 3 days. Gauranga Prabhu thought that Maharaj was very serious about donkey. He got it. Then Maharaj went near the donkey and it started running away. Maharaj told to Gauranga Prabhuji that you are not taking care of this donkey properly. Maharaj told that you all need to massage this donkey every day. And visitors were amazed to see how these devotees are taking care of everyone equally. Really Maharaj, your love is so much, your compassion is so much. It's the ocean of compassion, ocean of love, ocean of caring, ocean of humility and equal vision, austerity, and very inspiring Maharaj. You are filled with unlimited Vaishnava qualities. You are Sakshat Hari Maharaj, you are Sakshat to Hari. And when we sorry, like Maharaj. Maharaj, I have so much pride inside, so much center of attraction, so much envy, so much greed, so much lust, so many avatras are there, Maharaj. But Maharaj, these are helping me to cry in front of you. I'm very, very insignificant. They are showing me that how insignificant I am. So I'm really surrendering unto your lotus feet, Maharaj. I want to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission, life after life. Just want to please you. Maharaj, all this, you gave me great family. All these God brothers and God sisters are so exalted. They're really, really helping me in so many ways. They're always caring me. They're always guiding me. They're always loving me so much in any situation. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for always staying with us through your lectures and through your love and compassion. Maharaj, please forgive me, Maharaj, for all the offenses that I have committed knowingly, unknowingly. Maharaj, you are so compassionate, Maharaj. You are so compassionate. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for the great opportunity. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for accepting me as your disciple. This very, very fallen conditioned soul. Please purify me, Maharaj, in this life. I don't want to waste this life, Maharaj. I really, really want to serve Srila Prabhupada's mission eternally. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all these dear devotees, for giving me this opportunity and for hearing this vyasa puja offering. And please forgive me if I committed any mistakes. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Gurudev ki
Next is His Grace Rajaraman Prabhu and family.
Now you're talking to after last.
You're the last, huh?
All three left. I'm very
He is there. No, now we know. Yeah, you take attachment, renunciation, where were
Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Dear Maharaj, thank you for all the sacrifices that you have done for all of us, which made us eligible to receive the rarely obtainable bhakti. I am eternally indebted to you forever. Dear Maharaj, although I have nothing concrete to offer for you like every year, Maharaj, few months ago I came to know of a pastime of yours that reveals your spiritual potency and the unlimited love you have for your disciples and well-wishers. And this is something which my glorious God brothers and God sisters have already covered in their offering. It was exactly 8 years ago, during a Vyasa puja, devotees made more than 28 items with great love. And to everyone's amazement, you honored all the items that were made for everyone, and with your mercy, you only left few morsels as Mahaprasad for your disciples and participants of the Vyasa Puja celebration. And this is something also Srinivas Sharan Prabhu also shared when Maharaj honored all the sweet that came from Radharaman from Vrindavan. No, he didn't like the sweet, but it had so much of love from the Brajavasis that he ate all of them, which is inhumanly possible for somebody to consume so much or honor that much of prasadam. So the devotee who was narrating shared two aspects about you based on this pastime. It is impossible for anyone to honor so much of prasadam which was cooked for so many devotees. That shows that you are spiritually empowered and beyond the bodily conceptions. Second, you reciprocate proportionately or even more towards those who have a genuine love for you. Since the prasadam was made with so much of love, that is the reason why you finished and honored all the prasadam. This is not the only instant, but that senior devotee who shared this pastime narrated two more instances where you reciprocated similarly with the devotees cooked with love. He also narrated another pastime where one devotee cooked similar items, but you didn't even eat any because it was cooked in the mood of competition. In the Guru Smaran book, you clearly mentioned that real Vyasa Puja offering is through service and not by words. But every year, just one night before the Vyasa Puja, I even think about the Vyasa Puja offering. In fact, the Vyasa Puja offering is an expression of gratitude and love towards the spiritual master. Every year I plan that I should prepare for a Vyasa Puja well in advance. In fact, Guru Ashtakam mentions one should remember the Guru 3 times a day. Dhyayam stuvam tasya yasastri sandhyam. But my remembrance is so weak that I cannot even write an appropriate offering onto your lotus feet, and my offering every year is just a formality. With my self-assessment, I conclude I have no dedication or love for you, although your love and mercy is abundantly available, but my impurities and anarthas are a hindrance in receiving your mercy and love. I am like a broken pot that cannot contain anything, because without any dedication or love towards you, I am not able to hold your countless mercy. According to His Holiness Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, one who is not an optimist is an atheist. Although I am sinful, not an atheist, but my optimism is the only hope that one day I will be qualified to receive your mercy and love. Please accept my broken, unprepared words without love even this year as my offering at your lotus feet. Your insignificant and fallen servant, Vrajaraman Das.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Like my husband, I am also utterly unprepared for this year's Vyasa Puja offering. That only shows the lack of gratitude in my heart. But the least I can offer you is my appreciation and thanks for appearing in my life and
accepting me as your spiritual daughter, the utterly unqualified I may be. Thank you for sheltering and nurturing me and my family through your love and compassion. You're sending your love and compassion through the way of your Vani and the wonderful God family that you have created. By your mercy, you have placed us in the association of your exalted disciples who embody your divine qualities and teachings. Like a rain cloud, you're showering your raindrops of mercy all over. But I have very expertly taken shelter under the umbrella of my anarthas and not receiving your mercy. Maharaj, you have tolerated for innumerable years my innumerable offenses and anarthas, yet you have never stopped guiding me through your Vani and through your disciples. I'm eternally indebted to you for that. I don't know where I would be without your mercy. Maharaj, your lectures are my saving grace. The unique thing about your lectures is always you emphasize that bhakti is an internal cultivation. External words and external actions and service is not as important as your intentions and your consciousness. So Maharaj, though it may look like we are practicing bhakti externally very perfectly by rendering services, by being nice to devotees, but my heart is so ugly that I only am aware of. I pray that I can take all the instructions that you teach and exemplify through your dealings and become a devotee and a disciple that you desire, that you would like to see in me. I have nothing to offer materially and even less spiritually to you on your Vyasa puja, except that, an intense prayer that I may be able to render service according to your desire. I may meditate on the love and compassion and affection that you have for your god brothers, for devotees and non-devotees alike. And may I inculcate those qualities in my regular day-to-day dealings. May I be able to please the devotees in whose association I am placed. May I also treat everyone as my worshipable superior and imbibe the mood of humble service, just like the way you would desire me to. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I wish you a very happy 72nd Vyasa Puja. I wanted to just share 3 of my favorite stories from the Guru Smaranam book. So the first story I love is about your tolerance. So when New Vrindavan was in its new days, you used to share the public toilet and you used to take bath with yellow water, but you never stopped and never left and kept on serving. And another was when you were in Turkey, I think. When you were in a very dangerous room where robbers were trying to break open the room and kill and take all of your belongings, but you had to put your mattress against the doors so they didn't open the doors. And again, that time you still didn't leave, but you still went on your spiritual journey. And you're also lovable by all, because also by the old, because when a 73-year-old Mataji, she was a mother of a Prabhupada disciple. She was aspiring from you, but she was bedridden. So as she was bedridden, so she couldn't even stand up. But as soon as you came, she jumped up and her skirt fell down, and then she went back. But that shows that you're lovable by all. Hare Krishna.
Next is His Grace Narahari Priya Prabhu and family.
Don't even camera switch on I'll go with my dad.
Hare Krishna Jai Guru Maharaj. Please accept our most humble obeisances to the worship of Prabhupada. We are not at all qualified to glorify you, Jai Guru Maharaj, but doing this for our own purification. We take it happy Krishna conscious birthday, Jai Guru Maharaj. On this auspicious occasion, we pray to Radhanath Madhava and Narasimha Bhagwan and our lordships to give you good health, a very long life, so that you can provide fallen souls like us an opportunity to embark on the boat of their spiritual journey and go back home, back to God. We are so fortunate to have you as a spiritual master. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude and thanks to Guru Maharaj, even though we are not qualified, but due to his causeless mercy, Guru Maharaj has accepted us and gave us shelter at the foot to speak. Again, we don't have much realizations. I know a lot of devotees here express a lot of their heartfelt gratitude and things, but I'm just, like Radhanath Babu said, he's very humble. Though we know how he offers his his prayers and expresses gratitude, but he said it's like a broken pot. At least he has a broken pot that you can hold some water at least. And with holes, you can't even hold anything. But still, as I said, just honestly for a purification I'm saying this, so don't think that we have any realizations. I know devotees are so compassionate, they always encourage us, motivate us, but we are still in the phase of faking it. Mali says, fake it till you make it, like of course Guru and others says, so we are still in the mode of faking. So please pray that whatever we say becomes true someday. We would like to share, again, we've been hearing to pastimes from other devotees, primarily to know that, like, I feel this class puja is very good, especially because it forces us to know more about Guru Maharaj. In general days we listen to lecture, and due to Kali Yuga memory, typical memory I have, I listen very well, I forget as soon as possible. So, but I feel this Vyasa Puja forces us to listen to pastimes, which actually make us humble and feel the importance of Guru in our life. Or else we generally take it for granted, right? We respect Guru Maharaj, but we don't really contemplate more on it. But anyway, I feel this is a very good thing. I really liked when His Grace Nityananda Prabhu last year, right, last years back, when he had the Zoom meeting, when all the different disciples of Maharaj came and shared, we said, wow, we are so fortunate to have such a spiritual master. And like always, right, when we have something, we take it for granted. So, but because of senior disciples and other exalted devotees, we get to know about Maharaj, and then that helps us make our heart fertile, and at least so that we can do devotion service properly. And recently we were listening to some lecture where he said, when you're chanting, you can also think about your Guru's qualities. That's one way to remember the holy name and that pleases Krishna also. So, yeah, so these qualities I feel are something which will help us even when we chant, or at least to know the value of course we all know, but to know something more. As I mentioned, we were listening to a couple of Vyasa Puja offerings so that we can see and know the pastimes of Guru Maharaj that we can share. So, as everyone expressed, there are a lot of auspicious qualities of Guru Maharaj has. We would like to just touch upon few. First, to start with compassion. Lot of devotees mentioned that Guru Maharaj is not only compassionate to human beings but also to all living entities, right? So this is a pastime where it shows how Guru Maharaj was not only compassionate to human beings but animals also. So apparently it happened like once in Radha Gopinath temple, there were some rats. I don't know how many of you heard about this pastime, but there was some rat in the Maharaj's room. So now some devotees came. I don't remember the names, but they came in to help Maharaj to remove the rat. And then they brought some brooms and all. So Maharaj said, don't hit the rat. Just scare it with the broom. And then in the process of trapping the rat so they can take it out, they had to move whatever tables are there, whatever, right? And in the process they even hit Maharaj with the stick. So he was holding it and saying, don't hit the rat, don't hit the rat. So finally they were able to capture it. And before that, they were thinking that they should place the sticky pads to trap the rat. But Maharaj didn't want it because it's trapping the rat, right? It's like, it's causing inconvenience to it and it will be immobilized. So Maharaj said, no, don't do that. So they brought the traditional traps where you keep some food and then it goes inside and gets trapped. So it's trapped but it's not killed or hurt. But that didn't work. So then they found a rat, they wanted to capture it. Now finally, after a lot of effort, they were able to capture the rat. So they kept it in the cage. And then they took it out. After some time, Maharaj asked, did you feed him Mahaprasad? Then the devotees were thinking, whom to feed? Said, the rat that you caught. Did you feed him? He said, no Maharaj, go and feed him, get Mahaprasad and feed him now. So they brought Mahaprasad and fed the rat. Of course it was scared and it took some time. And then they left it. So this shows that at least at home, right, if I say a mosquito, my first thought is to grab it. In the process, most likely I'll kill it, right? Of course, we now use a cup or something to hold it, but the whole point is we are first thinking of ourselves to see how can I be convenient or comfortable and not get whatever inconvenience with these insects or whatever. But Maharaj was so, even after it left the room, he was still thinking about the rat to see if he had fed it or not. So that really shows how compassionate Maharaj is. And another thing another quality I want to touch upon is humility. Yeah. We all are, like a lot of devotees mentioned, we all are self-centered. We want convenience for us. First thing is priority is our comfort. Of course, we also help others. But first preference is within our comfort zone, within our comfort level, we first do for us and then we extend to others. That's the general tendency. But anyway, in this case, Maharaj had some issue in his room. So he needed some carpentry work in the room. So the devotee said that Maharaj will bring so-and-so carpenter. Maharaj first said, no, he is very expensive. Bring the local carpenter. That carpenter is the one who, the other carpenter which the devotee wanted to bring is the one who was doing the carpentry work for the temple, like the carvings and the vyasas and other stuff. And then Maharaj said, for Krishna, we can use whatever expensive carpentry we need. For my personal use, get a local carpenter. He very clearly said local carpenter who's reasonable and get things done. For us, we should be we should be very thrift kind of thing, like spend very less. For when it comes to Krishna service or Krishna, then don't think about money. That's the principle Maharaj was following. So the devotee was saying like how we think for us, best quality. When it comes to others, then give whatever is possible. Like so, but definitely things for me to learn in this. I want to just share these two. I'll ask Madhavi to share others.
Happy Krishna conscious birthday, dear Guru Maharaj. On this auspicious day, I try to attend
I try to attempt glorify your few qualities that I like it. So this is for my own purification. I do not have any qualification to glorify you, even though I'm trying now. So taking shelter of Guru through Vani. I heard from this past time from one of our senior disciples. So I like it so much. I want to implement in this aspect. So I'm sharing this past time. In 2012, there was a flight accident in which around 10 devotees left this world. Rajbihari Prabhu was in the temple and he needed to address the media and others to communicate about the incident and answers any questions. Generally, he goes to Guru Maharaj or Gaurang Prabhu or Govind Prabhu for any help or suggestions. However, during this time, none of them were around. So he was in panic situation. However, by the mercy of Guru, he took shelter of Maharaj's Vani that is available in his iPod. He searched for some keywords like accident, death, etc. and found several lectures that Maharaj gave several years back. He listened to all the lectures and got the answers to his questions and was able to communicate to everyone. So, in this pastime, I want to learn from this pastime. I should depend and take shelter more on Guru Maharaj's Vani, and they contain instructions and solutions for all our problems. But because of my lack of ability, Maharaj is giving so many instructions in his lectures, but I am not taking it to heart and I am not able to implement in my life. So on this auspicious day, I beg to your lotus feet, please give your mercy so that when you listen to your lectures, you should understand more deeply and implement in my life.
There's one more like past time that he's had. I thought she'll share it with me.
She will share it from her. She said to.
This is in line with what I think. Sorry. This is similar to a pastime which devotee shared again. See, that's what I said, typical Kaliuga brain, right? I heard so well, but I forgot who told it also. Anyhow. Srinivas Sharma, sorry. I should take Sharana of Srinivas Sharma. So, this is about how absorbed Maharaj is, right? Like he was saying, like Maharaj said, okay, anyway. This pastime is when Maharaj went to Keturi in Bangladesh. I think Narottam Das Maharaj, Prabhu's Thakur's village. It was a remote place and it was not so easily accessible to travel there. So the event organizer planned in such a way that devotees will attend there early. And it takes few hours to go there and come back. So he said, okay, let's have the program early, like we planned for vyasa puja today, so we can end it early. And then they can come back and then they can do their next day events in the morning itself. So the program started at 4 o'clock. Maharaj lecture continued till 5, like 7, 8, 9:30. It was going on till 9:30. He was thinking, what is this? I was playing with so many things like devotees can go back easily and then start. Anyhow. So at 9:30 he said, okay, at least Maharaj entered the class. Let's wind up quickly and disperse. Then Maharaj said, let's do kirtan. So then he went to Maharaj and he humbled said, Maharaj, we had this schedule and this is our plan. So Maharaj said, that's the problem, you are not present. So when Maharaj is giving a class or something, like at least we think the classes are quite short these days. But earlier I heard from disciples that 5 hours, 6 hours, like continuous classes. So he's really absorbed in those. And for us, at least for me I would say, when we attend the class, I feel first drowsy. I try to move around to make sure that I'm active. And also I will think of, okay, what things I have to do after the meet class and all those. But that's what Maharaj is saying. When we are in the class, we should be fully absorbed in the class. and this is definitely something I have to work upon. Even at least during Japa, mind thinks of what all things I have to do during the day. Anything that we do, it's not in the present, and that's what is important. Present is a gift, and we are not making use of it. At least I have to work on it. So I think time up.
You can take our slot also.
No. Scrum Master is 15 minutes Scrum.
That was for senior side. The whole next stand up.
Again, these are all, as I mentioned earlier, from different pastors we heard about Maharaj. This is a short one, but I just want to show how humble Maharaj is. There are some devotees who visited Chowpatty, and then Maharaj, apparently there's a lawn or something behind the temple, there's a garden or something. So Maharaj, all the devotees, Vrindavan. So devotees from Canada and others were there in the garden along with Maharaj. And the devotees were glorifying each other, like, Maharaj, this devotee is very good, I would like to be like him and all this. After hearing Maharaj, he plucked the flask and said, I want to be like this. We Shastra every day we hear humbler than a blade of grass and all. But how much we understand it and follow is secondary. Maharaj, after hearing everything, just plugged and said, he demonstrated what he wants to be. And we all see how Maharaj's dealings are and everything. Yeah, I think that's all we have. We humbly request all the devotees to forgive us, and sincerely we are requesting to please forgive us so that we can make progress in Krishna consciousness, and also forgive us for the offenses that we have caused, knowingly or unknowingly. I don't know what was that, but yeah, please, can you please pray for us?
Ravi Prabhu, Ravi. No.
We'll keep the finale for you.
Hearing that, you want to close it and go.
Hare Krishna.
No, I want to.
Happy Krishna conscious Vyasa Puja Maharaj. To speak something about Maharaj is like looking at the sun with your material eyes and trying to analyze it. So I don't have that qualification. I'll just quote some of his senior disciples' realization. So last year, Gaurang Prabhu gave a very fine lecture on Maharaj Vyasa Puja. So he narrated his whole life coming to Krishna consciousness and how Maharaj took each and every step. So everybody who can understand Hindi, that lecture was given in Hyderabad. Ping me and I can send you the link. That is a very, very important lecture.
Send it to everybody.
Yeah. So there actually Gaurang Prabhu mentioned one of the things about Maharaj is that in the initial days when there were not many devotees, Maharaj would do kirtan for hours and hours. And according to Gaurang Prabhu, if you go to the Krishna Desire Tree, if you look at the initial lectures of late 80s or early 90s, you will find Maharaj doing kirtan for 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. And there actually the Gaurang Prabhu says, we all know that even doing 60 rounds chanting, we are looking at when there's a third round and the fourth round, how many rounds are left. He said for somebody to do kirtan continuously like that, that generally means somebody has a genuine love for the holy name, which we all try to aspire in some way, but doing our chanting shows us the real face where we actually are. So another one is I'm going to quote from Radhanath Prabhu. Radhanath Prabhu also last year gave a lecture, Spiritual Master Who Tamed Me. So he gave a 2-part lecture on that. So there actually Radhanath Prabhu was mentioning that some Maharajas or some sannyasis are very much known for their philosophical things, pastimes. Either similarly, Maharaj is very much known for interpersonal relationship and how to work on that. So Radhanath Prabhu quotes that he being a temple president in Pune, he had a lot of time issues where he used to go to the Maharaj and ask for his guidance. And typically no two people are same. Even if you give the 10 people same ingredients to make some eatable, they all will make it different, isn't it? So similarly, when he went to Maharaj, Maharaj, I'm having these issues with this thing. How do I have a genuine connection with somebody where his and my opinions are different? So Maharaj gave his personal example. He said, when I meet somebody, I identify which are the common things between us and the things which are not common. So I make the common things as the red balls and the things which are not common as the black balls. And from that point onwards, I start interacting and try to focus only on the red one, slowly taking out the black ones. In the gradual passage of time, I only have the red ones. So my relationship is not fake. At the same time, I'm emphasizing on the thing which is common between for us, and at the same time, it is palatable for both of us. So other thing Radheshyam Prabhu mentioned that he was being a temple president, he has to watch out for everything what happens in the temple. And if something wrong is going on, he has to watch out as well as to correct it. He said, Maharaj, in that process, not everybody is able to take it. What should I be doing it? So Maharaj said, you should be looking with the half closed eyes. So you see what is required, you notice everything, but you only correct what is required. So you also learn how to ignore things which doesn't need to be corrected immediately. But at the same time, because your eyes are half closed, so you know what is happening. It is not that the things you doesn't know. You know what is happening, you are only ignoring things for that sake. Apart from that, I just want to quote one more thing. Maharaj says, one of his very famous, like all his lectures are famous, one of his lectures are very famous on the sense gratification, where he gives a reference to King Pururava. So there Maharaj says that if sense gratification means like basically you are attracted to something which you shouldn't be doing it. But remember, every time you do what you are not supposed to do, it makes you weaker for the next time. But at the same time, if you know that this is not what you are supposed to do, and at that time when the urge comes and you control it, so next time when you have to control it, you are much more stronger to do it. And I will conclude with one final statement from Maharaj. Maharaj said, every second is an opportunity for you, whether you want to upgrade yourself or whether you want to degrade yourself.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I'm not at all qualified to be talking about His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, and so please accept please ignore any offenses I make. I'm really grateful for all Maharaj has done for me and for my entire family, and I feel like I would not be anywhere in my life without him, because I feel like from the start of my life, ever since I was 2, I've been in this Hare Krishna movement, and what really connected my family to the Hare Krishna movement and made us really strong in it was because of Radhanath Swami Maharaj, and I feel like he did such a big impact on my life, and everything would have been so different, the large community that I've grown up in among all these Vaishnavas. I would not be having this today, and I would just be a normal karmi, just going to school and doing random stuff all the people do, not in Krishna consciousness, and my life would be so different. And I'm so grateful that because of Radhanath Swami Maharaj, I'm in the Hare Krishna movement, and I have a chance to be able to love Krishna and understand how to go back to Godhead. And I just wanted to bring up a story about Maharaj when he was in New Vrindavan, and he would the entire day and even at night he would just do whatever people told him to do, because he was so humble. He would just he was having it was visible on his skin. He was getting eye bags and pimples, and he was losing weight, but he would just do whatever people told him to do, just because he was not gonna like go against what the authorities told him to do. And he like has always displayed such like humility and just like signs of like such a great amazing person. And I feel like I can never like repay him for like how much he has like made an impact on my life. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji and Mataji. So it's not a second time. I'm taking my wife's turn. Oh, sorry. ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ध्यानानन्दशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. श्री चैतन्य मनोविष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपा कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं. वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरुं श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगण रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधाकृष्णपदान् श्री सहगण ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश. नमो ओं विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिनिति नामिने. नमस्ते सारस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, thank you for accepting me as your disciple. I have done many mistakes, Guru Maharaj, but you forgive me my mistakes, and you agree me to, and still you agree me to accept as your disciple. Whenever I am in problems and sorrow, you guide me and give me solutions and give supports through your lectures. I always found answers through your lectures to my questions. Recently, especially lecture one, transforming our struggles into strength. The lecture, when I heard, I really felt that many of my doubts are clarified. Thank you, Maharaj, for that. And even though I won't speak to you personally, but you understand every disciple's heart and give us guidance to us at our level. Thank you, Maharaj, for this. And we pray to Lordship. We pray to Lordships to give you good health and always and do more projects and inspire many souls to bring into the Krishna consciousness, Maharaj. Thank you very much, Maharaj, and wish you happy birthday and 72nd Vyasa celebration. Thank you. Namaste, Hari Devi.
No, after this, the Garuda Prabhu is there. So this will be the sweetest.
This will close the ceremony. प्रभु आप नीचे बैठ सकते हैं? नहीं, you can sit down.
ओम ज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिनिति नामिने. नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते राधानाथ स्वामिनिति नामिने. नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य. जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद. Dear Guru Maharaj, on the occasion of your 72nd Vyasa Puja, I offer my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. And as all the devotees have said, I am also equally unqualified to make any offering to you because I've not been following your instructions as I should have. I heard a lot of devotees over here saying that they take shelter of your Vani, but I, with the amount of false ego I have, I always feel a sense of a vacuum in my heart when I just think that I can only take shelter of your Vani, means why can't I have personal association of you? So I have been thinking about this for quite some time, that why can't I have personal association of you, and this has been tormenting me. And while contemplating on this, you have sent your disciples to Seattle, means more than once, right? Means first you sent Radhesham Prabhu, then you sent Karan Prabhu, then recently you sent Shubhilas Prabhu. So then I understood that, means as the other devotees were saying, that you are transcendental, you can hear the minds of the devotees, and you can sense what your disciple is sensing, even though it is out of false ego and not a very purified thought to have. You still listen to that and make efforts to fulfill that. So when these your exalted disciples came to Seattle, I had good fortune of spending some time with them, and that actually gave me the hope that you are listening to me, and even though I can't have your direct association, I can still take association of your disciples. Second thing which I want to share was that last year my vyasa puja offering was very, means I didn't have anything to offer, so I came and just told you that means I'm so fine that I don't have anything else to offer. But one thing that stuck to my mind was you value the association that your disciples give to your god brothers, and one of your god brothers here is Radhanath Maharaj, and I've tried my level best to serve him to the best of my ability, even though that is probably a drop in the ocean. So I think means I feel glad to have done that much. So I'm not as guilty as I was in my last vyasa puja offering that I did last year, and I wanted to do something for you, so I've created a small slideshow which I would like to play with your permission. So this is like Maharaj is 72 years old, so the 72 slides are there.
Very good. 72 minutes not allowed.
So this has been done in Maharaj, this has been done in a quite short amount of time, so please forgive if there are any mistakes. There will be mistakes, but so please forgive.
Krishna, Krishna, Hari, Hari, Hari Rama, Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hari Hari.
Hare Krishna. That was a 6-minute presentation. Guru Maharaj wishing you a very, very, very happy 72nd Krishna conscious birthday. Thank you so much for accepting us in the family of Srila Prabhupada. I'm not just saying this for sake of saying, but very, very unqualified to glorify, and I don't know why every time I find an excuse not to glorify, because I somehow feel your glories are so immense and immeasurable that somehow if I try to glorify, I will try to contain that in my so-called glorification. So I prefer to leave it like that, at least not to contain your glories with my so-called offering. But as all devotees say and do, I'm just trying to do it for my purification. To be very honest to all devotees, I didn't prepare. I thought I'll tag along with Tanandram Prabhu and just not offer. But maybe I will speak about something that's bubbling in my heart in the recent times. One thing recently I heard in lecture is where Radharani and all her Sakhis go to the Vrindavan, and they're all having a good time. And suddenly in the forest there is a lot of commotion between animals, and one of the animal, which is jackal or I don't know, fox, something like that. Jackal, right? So that is kind of troubled by a superior animal, and it howls a lot, and it's seeking help, and it's crying for help. And Radharani and her Sakhis hear that howl, and usually the howl of jackal is considered very inauspicious, but still she hears it and she wants to address the jackal, and so she sends Radharani sends Lalita Sakhi saying, Lalita Sakhi, please go and check what happened to the jackal and make sure it's comforted and taken care. And so then Lalita Sakhi comes and understands that the jackal is in trouble, and she helps the jackal come out of the trouble, and so on. Basically, Lalita Sakhi is sent by Radharani to take care of the jackal, and all things are taken care. What Maharaj is, the lesson that Maharaj is teaching us here is, Radharani or the lordships send Guru Maharaj to us to protect us or from the misery that we are going through. So the very inauspicious souls that we are away from Krishna is us. At least I can speak for myself. So I'm like a jackal and seeking help, and I think Radharani is sending Guru Maharaj to protect and give me shelter, which I somehow don't understand it. As sometimes I feel it feels very good during Vyasa puja, my battery is recharged, and then after some time, zoom, it comes down. I don't know, I'm trying hard to develop the love and gratitude towards Guru Maharaj, but I very fall flat on that, very, very much. But I will keep trying, but I hope in some life I will develop that love and gratitude. Whenever I hear offering from all of you, I really, to be very honest, from a deepest part of my heart, I must admit that I feel really ashamed that I don't even feel 1% of what love and compassion that you all feel for Maharaj. But I'm sincerely praying and hoping, and maybe I'll seek your blessings and prayers so that I develop it at some iota of all the love that you have for Guru Maharaj. And also one thing, like very recently it struck my heart, is when I heard this pastime is I somehow, as my big brother Haripriya Prabhu said, making it till faking it till making it, right? So I'm trying to fake love of Vrindavan, at least with the hope that someday I will really develop that love for Vrindavan. It didn't strike me. I think 2019 was the first time I went to Vrindavan, but it struck me after many years that it is Guru Maharaj who took me to Vrindavan. In his yatra, he showed me first time Vrindavan, and because of his mercy only I could enter into Vrindavan, and at least trying to fake love for Vrindavan. So I'm very grateful to Maharaj that he gave me permission to enter into Vrindavan, and he kindly took me there for yatra. And I'm looking forward to many more yatras like this. I don't know when the next yatras will happen. We are eagerly looking, Maharaj. We know your health is very important, but whenever, if you think it is possible to give us more mercy, we'll be very obliged. And also many other things that bubbles is, whenever and everybody says, we know that when we chant, we should chant in the mood of, Trinadapi Sunichena. I don't think I will ever get that mood of, blade of grass or something, at least in this lifetime. I'm very sure about it that. But one thing, at least practically, I would really like to imbibe is this Amanina Manadena. Never ask for any appreciation or things like that. That is something. When Maharaj says, I don't know the quote in English. I don't remember the full sentence, but it's something like this. You should not feel comfortable when someone is praising you. I really wish I should get to that stage, and so at least when we get to that stage, I think that will be a practical implementation of Amanina Manadena, I hope. And I'm hoping and praying to Maharaj that it is never possible by my effort or by my sadhana or anything. There is no yogyata for me for that. Only thing I can ask is for your costless mercy, for which I'm not enoughly grateful. Please bless me with, I know I'm greedy, I can't stop asking, I'm always in the receiving end. Please bless us more and more and keep us in your shelter, even if we try to slide away, even if we don't reciprocate, even if we don't, follow. As much as love you have for Srila Prabhupada, I don't have even an iota of an iota. But I hope at least by your mercy, you can do magics and miracles and kindle that love within us. Please, Guru Maharaj, please bless me with Guru Bhakti and help me chant the holy name with full attention, and at some day develop love for Krishna and Radha and Vrindavan. Hare Krishna.
Balaji, where is your slideshow? Prabhu gave his
Tagging along Vrindavan Mataji gave his slideshow in the heart.
Ugly slideshow going inside. Hare Krishna. I didn't prepare anything either. This is very on the spot, so please forgive me if I make any mistakes. Before I start, I wanted to say a very happy birthday to Radhanath Swami Maharaj. Unlike all of you, I haven't had any personal interaction with Maharaj. The only times I've seen Maharaj was when he would come to Suji Mataji's house. My family would serve him, but I never had any personal interaction. And so I don't have any sort of examples to share in that sense. But I feel like Maharaj has blessed me in many ways and shown his mercy in many ways. And I think first and foremost is giving me amazing parents. My parents have raised my sister and I in probably the best way possible. We're so grateful that we got to be raised in such an amazing movement from such a young age. My dad got into the movement in China, and my mom also got into the movement. And since I was 3 years old, I was raised into it, and then my sister was born into it. And ever since, my parents have always been encouraging us to chant and, just follow Krishna consciousness. And it's never been forced, and we never feel like we have to go to temple or Krishna consciousness is some sort of chore. Instead, we feel, and I think all of the kids can relate. Like whenever you go to school or any of these school events or outside parties, you feel a little out of place, right? You don't feel like you're at home. But when you go to a temple, when you go to our temple, or even when you travel, when you go to any sort of ISKCON temple outside, you feel like a sense of safety when you see other devotees, when you see the deities. You just feel like at home. And I think I'm very grateful to Radhanath Maharaj for blessing me with parents that have helped me realize that. I also want to thank Maharaj for blessing me with all of you. Like I said, my sister and I have grown into this congregation, and it takes a whole village to raise kids. So I'm very grateful to all of you. I'm so thankful to be in this congregation. I'm so grateful to be in this congregation. I consider all of you like my parents. If I need anything, I'm able to reach out to all of you. For example, when my parents went to India and when it was just my grandma and my sister and I, Radhika Leela Mataji and Narahari Priya Prabhu were always there for us. And I know, like, even if I called any of you guys, you would all be there to help my sister and I. So I'm very, very grateful for all of you. And I thank Radhanath Swami Maharaj for that. I also want to thank Radhanath Swami Maharaj for Harilal Maharaj, because it's because of him that we have so much going on in our lives. It's because of him that we have so many festivals. We have so much. We don't have. There's always something to do for us. Every weekend there's pizza, there's kirtan, and that's all because of him. And the summer is always packed because we have Anandamela preparations and we have all these festivals. So I'm very, very grateful for Harilal Maharaj and his classes, and especially his Bhagavatam classes. Those were the first classes that I ever listened to from a Prabhupada disciple. And the first classes that I ever properly engaged myself in, the homeworks and everything. And Maharaj has helped me in so many ways. I can go to Maharaj for anything, any question I want, any doubt I have. So I'm very, very grateful for Harilal Maharaj. I consider him like my grandpa, because I don't have my mom's dad is not here, so I consider Harilal Maharaj as my grandfather. I also want to thank Radhanath Swami Maharaj for blessing me to find my Gurudev Radhanath Swami Maharaj. It's because of him, because of my parents, and 100% because of, before I think that, I wanted to thank Radhanath Swami Maharaj for putting me in a congregation where Arjun Sagar Prabhuji is in. I consider Arjun Sagar Prabhuji like my older brother, and I know all of the kids do as well. And I think he's the only reason why I chant. He's the only reason why I even started listening to lectures, honestly. Before, the only lectures I would listen to was Harilal Maharaj, and that's only because my dad would take me to his classes, but I would never voluntarily go on YouTube and turn on a lecture. And it's only because of Arjun Sagar Prabhuji's help that I've gone to do that. So yeah, it's because of him that I'm able to chant my 16. It's because of him that I'm able to listen to Gurudev's lectures regularly. It's because of him that I do any sort of devotional activity, or I've been able to take Krishna consciousness seriously. So I dedicate all of that to Arjun Sagar Prabhuji. And yes, lastly, I wanna thank Radhanath Swami Maharaj, and Arjun Sagar Prabhuji, my parents, Harilal Maharaj, all of you, for helping me find my Guru Maharaj, Radhanath Swami Maharaj. I'm very grateful for him. He's been so merciful to me by giving me initiation at such a young age, and so spontaneously. I obviously don't qualify in any way. I do 116 and four regulated principles, but after hearing all of you talk, you guys actually, you all have proper faith in the movement. You've been practicing for so long, and I feel like even though I have been in the movement, I haven't really done anything. I haven't really done anything to purify myself, or really done anything to truly be ready for initiation. Because initiation is not just getting beads from your Guru Maharaj. It's a second birth. You get a second chance to a spiritual life. So I'm very grateful for all of you. I'm very grateful for Gurudev. I'm very grateful for Radhanath Swami Maharaj. I'm very grateful for Harilal Maharaj, and I'm very grateful for my parents. So thank you. I'm sorry.
We would like to seek all of your forgiveness for anything that we have done knowingly and unknowingly. Please forgive us. Panchakalpata.
Hare Krishna.
He proceeds for some
Only 1 hour.
Hare, so kindly bear with me for like 5 minutes, because I know everybody is tired. Yes, Shri Krishna, Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Srivasa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Today, to tell you the truth, I didn't prepare anything, so I was trying to run away with it. So because I have nothing in my heart. My heart is like, rusted steel, which has no effect at all. After hearing from all of you, I feel, I am nowhere in the race. Especially the kids, Ram Mukund Prabhu's daughter, Tanvi, and, Gaurang Chandra Prabhu's kids, Braj Raman Prabhu's kids, they are much, much, much more, ahead of me. Whatever their feelings are, without even, having Maharaj's association, even like few times, they are able to, relate to them so much, everybody. And I totally, maybe like how many of who are sitting here amongst them, I had the fortune to be with Maharaj for like at least maybe couple of times more. But my heart is so hard that I couldn't realize what I had, and this is because only of Maharaj's mercy that I am with a jewel community where everybody is a jewel, but I'm just not able. I'm not just transferable. I'm not able to just convert myself. So, it's because of mercy of Maharaj that I am here. And recently, again, this code is only for me. Again, what I'm going to say is only for me. Recently, I just went through a YouTube short videos. One Prabhu just had a short video and he was saying that what is Krishna's mercy? Again, this is only related to me. Yeah, I mean, nobody gets any offended. He was saying, what is Krishna's mercy? It's not that we have, big houses, we have car, we have nice kids who obey us, who do whatever we say, and we say, oh, it's Krishna's mercy, I am blessed because I have so many things and I have this thing, that thing, my kids listen to me, I have nice job, I have nice bank balance. He says that this is not Krishna's mercy. If you get Krishna mercy, means you go closer to Krishna. You have that taste for chanting. That is real Krishna mercy when you have those things. It's not that material thing we say, okay, I got, by Krishna's blessing, I got a nice child. By Krishna's blessing, I got a big house. By Krishna's blessing, I got this, that, Falana, Bistana, everything. But that is not Krishna's mercy. When Krishna mercy comes, we get closer to Krishna, which I am totally not. And I was till then, I was thinking, wow, I am considered as most fortunate where I get a house, nice house to stay, I get a free car, I get free gas, I get almost everything free, which all the people over here have to pay. And I was thinking that, wow, I have Krishna's mercy. Krishna is very merciful on me. But no. When I heard that clip, it struck in my mind that I am most unfortunate that, I have these things, but I don't know how to use it. So, I just don't know what to say in front of, all you big devotees. I mean, I consider myself like, I mean it. I mean it that, I have nothing in me. Whatever I have is, I'm just trying to follow, Maharaj's personal, like, whatever his mood is of service. And I would appreciate to all of you if you could give me whatever voluntary services you think I am not capable of anything. I mean, not like all you guys, but whatever strength I have, whatever I can serve, please let me know. In this way, maybe you will help me to, raise in Krishna conscious, which I am just like a kindergarten student in front of all of you. And I mean it, not just for saying, I mean it. So I kindly pray to Maharaj that, kindly help me to serve all the devotees in whatever way I can. And one day maybe, some devotees can tell you that Garuda was a good person. Thank you.
Somebody whose name is Garuda, so you can expect that.
I'm sorry. Hare Krishna. Sorry, I'm not at all prepared. I didn't even know that it was Radhanath Maharaj's vyasa puja. I literally found out about it 2 days ago, and I'm like not prepared to give any offerings. This is actually my first offering, so please forgive me if I say something wrong. So, Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I really find myself fortunate that I'm able to make this offering today on Maharaj's 72nd Vyasa Puja. So actually I feel myself blessed that I got mom and dad like my dad. Like I got my, parents like my mom and dad. My dad served, my dad was like Maharaj's personal driver for like so many years. So I was blessed that I was able to meet Maharaj a couple of times. Actually, one of the incidents I would like to share is like the name Tulsi I got my name Tulsi from Maharaj. So when I was like a newborn baby, 2-3 months old, my parents took me to Radha Gopinath temple. I belong to Radha Gopinath temple. So my parents took me to Radha Gopinath temple, and Maharaj happened to be there. So because my dad was his personal driver, he knew him personally, so he took me to Maharaj, to ask blessings for the newborn. So as a blessing, Maharaj gave me my name Tulsi. So I feel blessed for that. One of the other memories I have is like, I'm sure my dad had shared this so many times, but I still want to say it. So one day my dad was on a holiday and he took me and my brother Parth to Radha Gopinath temple, and so again Maharaj happened to be there, and Maharaj urgently wanted to go somewhere. So my dad had to drove him, but because me and Parth were like really small, Parth was like 5 years old and I was 7, 8. So my dad was like, where should I keep them, and I can't tell this to Maharaj, that's my service, I got to do it. So my dad was like, okay, you have to like shut up and sit in the backseat of the car. So me and Parth were like, I was like, Parth, shut up, Maharaj is sitting in the front, mate, don't make any noise. So, and being like, I wouldn't say good kids, but like we were like looking at Maharaj sitting in the back seat, and we were actually quiet, but somehow Maharaj found out that me and Parth were sitting in the back seat, and Maharaj was like, is somebody sitting behind? And we were sitting in the trunk, so Maharaj was like, oh, and then my father told like, my kids are in the trunk. I don't know, not in the trunk, like yeah. So my dad told Maharaj that my kids are there, I was here, but so my dad was like, no, don't keep your kids there, bring them in the front. So my dad brought us in the front, and then my dad called my grandma to pick us up because like some senior devotees were going to come. So yeah, so I was like really close to Maharaj at that time. We were like driving. My dad drove him like for like half an hour, 1 hour. So we were sitting there. I don't really remember anything else, but that is what I remember. Showing Pat to shut up. Maharaj just sitting in the front. So yeah, and I actually really feel myself really blessed that I'm surrounded by devotees. I don't know what would I do if I was not in Krishna conscious moment. Being here. Nowadays we see that the non-devotees, like how they behave, how they are. As Shivani just now said that. What she said, I forgot. I completely forgot. So as she said, like, I don't remember. Sorry, I'm so nervous.
Different parties and all that.
Yeah, the parties, yeah. So when I come to temple, it literally feels like home. Everybody's like, oh, Tulsi, do this. Oh, Tulsi, do that. It's like an extended family. So I never feel like left out. I always feel like I have like an extended family. I feel blessed that I was living in GEB, like Govardhanika village, for like 4 years. I was in association with I was being associated with Garang Prabhu, and then Govind Prabhu. All of these devote because of my dad. I know all of these. They know me personally. I know them personally. So I feel so fortunate that I got my dad. And because of my dad, I was able to meet Maharaj. I was able to come in this community. My dad just brought me closer to Maharaj, and I am grateful for Maharaj for guiding me in this on the spiritual path, for getting a step closer to Krishna. I'm not at all qualified to make this offering, but whenever I feel sad, or whenever I feel low, Maharaj's quotes or kirtans or lectures always inspire me they just positively inspire me to do good, look at things in a positive way. So yeah, I'm really grateful for everybody, for all the devotees, my mom and dad, for everything they gave me. And thank you again for this opportunity. Hare Krishna.
Dear devotees, I would humbly request all of you to please take a moment and pray for Garuda Prabhu and his family. So they really need our prayers, and we also want their association for many more years to come. So whenever you are in front of Radha Nilamada or in front of your home deities, please pray to them. Please pray to Maharaj. Please pray to Maharaj on this auspicious day that we get the association of Garuda Prabhu and his services that he has been doing selflessly, single-handedly managing so much of cow, farm. He's just always available for the service. Even today he was able to miss his vyasa puja for his service. Actually, somehow he was able to make it here. But again, humble request to all of you, please pray for this family, and we need their association actually. Next 2-3 months are little, again, keep it, there is nothing to talk about it in public, but just next 2-3 months are very, very important for them. It's a very decisive factor. And Tulsi, we are also proud of your parents.
Haribol.
Okay, I know it's late, but I still feel that we need to have some kirtan, right? We are missing that. Yeah, so yeah, we can sing Guru Vandana, Guru Dev Kripa Bindu Diya, that we can sing. There is also one nice Ashtakam written by His Grace Amrendra Prabhu during the last Vyasa puja. He named it as Sri Radhanath Swami Malika. I didn't got a chance to offer to Maharaj, but this, I think this summer when he met Maharaj and offered to Maharaj after reading the Ashtakam, he said that you have clearly known my heart, which is very similar to what like Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam, right? Who is that? Rupa Goswami, who knows Mahaprabhu's heart. So this is something which Maharaj told His Grace Amrendra Prabhu, you have truly known my heart. Actually, there are a few verses which is really touchy. So maybe if time permits, I wish nobody is in hurry, we should sing that. But if not, it's an optional. I know tomorrow many of you are working. If you want to leave, and also we'd like to have a photo, right? A group photo also. That's a Shruti, right?
Can you do a group photo as well as every family can have an individual photo with Maharaj?
Whatever our host says, we should follow the order. So we will do that. So whatever is the sequence, if somebody is planning to leave, maybe we can prioritize the photos, or do you want to sing bhajans and then?
Prabhuji, if we can just like do the kirtan here and that time, like the family can take pictures, like 2 things at a time. So.
I'm okay. Yeah, that's fine. So we may need a TV for the Ashtakam because the Ashtakam is not very, and it's very, very high in Sanskrit. So
But not for photo, right?
not for photo. We can remove it, but maybe when we sing the Ashtakam.
So clock minutes 5.
Yeah.
We'll remove the TV.
Right.
Families who are interested, sit here. We'll take your photos quickly.
Sure.
5 minutes over, TV comes back.
Sure. And I'm also calling Damodar Prabhu. He has some nice surprises and announcements for all of us.
Yeah, so,
Come.
Yeah, no. So we have some small gifts for all the devotees. It's a call custom made. So I'm just going to give it to you.
Photo camera please, no problem.
Prabhu, it has to be the low profile thing, Prabhu.
Thank you, Prabhu. So then we start singing Glory of Damodar Prabhu. Bolo Damodar Prabhu ki.
Yeah. And family.
And 2 days they are coming
It has to
to
be
all these photographs.
low profile.
So the host is saying that they have been here for the past 2 days to decorate all the walls. They have whole family. See, a big round of applause for Damodar Prabhu for diligently collecting all the photos, printing, and decorating the walls. Beautifying the walls. Also a big round of applause for His Grace Nityananda Vilas Prabhu. Also Her Grace Prem Gopika Mataji, because she has done lot of decoration around
it. And Tulsi Priya also. Tulsi Priya did many of these here peacock, but so many others she spent a lot of time. So I really appreciate. Even last minute I requested and they took up, and even the school time. And I really appreciate her and taking up this service. Thank you very much. And special thanks to Prema Gopika Mataji. She's been day 1 hours she's been designing with all. I'm just only following the instructions. So thank you both of them, Mataji. Haribo.
Lighting is done by Ram Mughal Prabhu. Ayan. Please come on, announce. Camera Daviradika Mataji. Sound system Anand Ram Prabhu.
Actions किसने बोला?
Okay, offering prasadam Bhoga prasadam coordination by Nandarani Priya Mataji. Our fund collection by Narari Priya Prabhu. Timekeeper His Grace Krishna Muli Prabhu. For doing the Aarti, His Grace Muli Sumini Mataji. For the prasadam offering to Maharaj, Her Grace Daivi Radhika Mataji. Okay. For the balloons, His Grace Sridhar Gopal Prabhu. By the way, Sridhar Gopal Prabhu has not fully rendered his service. No, his dance service is about to start.
Garland. No, Madhav Kishore Mataji.
For the garland, big round of applause for Her Grace Radhanath Mataji, Her Grace Madhav Kishore Mataji.
All the offerings.
Yeah, okay, this time the Vyasa Puja is led by all the Matajis. Guru, all the And Srinivas Sharan Prabhu for all the flowers for the decoration. Pushpanjali. So you will Kirtan Prabhu for all the Kirtan and the help that he has done.
Radhanath Prabhu for organizing the event.
For big round of applause for His Grace Brajakar Prabhu.
Yes.
Because he has put a very nice guideline on how to offer Vyasa Puja. I'm really impressed by the level of the work that he has done. That's a golden standard. Very, I think we should be very inspired by that, and we should structure it.
We did a lot of research to put those things together.
Really good. It helps
No,
a lot.
it's really very nice.
Setting up the mood is also very important.
Yeah, setting up the mood and also coordinating every the reading every night. Reading on the Guru Smaran.
Prabhu, please announce we're going to complete that book. We're going to complete that book.
When are you completing?
We'll continue reading the book. Whoever is missing the copies, we have to.
Okay, if you don't have Guru Smaran book, our host, His Grace, our host Gauranga Chandra Prabhu has many copies. He is the national distributor. I already have 5, so I'm good. So
Who don't have? Anandram Prabhu for sound system.
I already told, but again, Anandram Prabhu for mic system, sound system.
And for preparing the night.
Slideshow change 70
Yeah, for the preparing the slideshow. My apologies again. My apologies again if I missed anybody's name. I know all the Matajis. By the way, that will come. Okay. Also big round of applause for Her Grace Mohini Sudri Mataji for the cake.
It's a big cake, not small cake. It's a big cake. Big cake. It's for everybody.
You want to talk about the offerings, the 81 offerings that has been made?
I don't remember all 86.
Will you count and we will tell you all count.
81. So thank you to all the Matajis for making so many delicious offerings.
We'll do that every year, okay now?
About next time 108.
Yes.
Now this year 82 ho gaya.
Yeah. So thank you to all the Matajis. I don't know if Prabhu's probably also helped cook halwa to Nityanand Vilas Prabhu and sweet, all the Rasmalai, Ram
Actually, cupcakes, right?
All the kids also. Idli chutney.
Shrikhand
Also
Prabhu ki
those-
jai.
And then you made something, right? No? So to all the kids also, so thank you so much. It took a lot of time to prepare all the offerings and put them in. Next time, whoever is going to India, please bring more Maharaj plates.
You see what Damodar Hari Prabhu and family has done. It's a wonder actually. Whatever the quote that he has shared as a favorite quote, he has made actually and is carved on the wood actually. Big round of applause. Hari Hari
Laser engraved and 3D printed hook in the back. It's a 3D printed. जो पीछे हुक लगा हुआ है ये टांगने वाला ये वाला ये
Okay.
It is 3D printed.
Oh, okay. Why don't you take one?
There are four different kind of codes we use. Whatever we got, the 4 different kind of codes. नहीं हो जिसको मिला जिसको चेंज करना है चेंज कर लो जाए
प्रभु जी every time that you bring the gifts it's like wow
अरे प्रभु
amazing
प्रभु it's all Krishna's mercy प्रभु I'll tell you Krishna mercy why Krishna mercy because every time we go for laser cutting sometimes it will work it takes lot of time this time like we were brainstorming what to do because Gaurang Prabhu said that प्रभु कुछ गिफ्ट वगैरह करते हैं कुछ इतना ही उन्होंने बोला था मैंने कहा प्रभु टाइम नहीं है तो उसके बाद we started thinking Nandarani came up with the idea that we should carve on this then the Ayan Arisha Arisha made the design Ayan has to convert into the laser cutting thing right so the vector thing
Only Ayan is engineer.
no the whole family Ayan so I think the hardest labor was from Arisha so but printing time every time we get lot of problem this time there was no problem Prabhu so it's all Maharaj probably wanted you all to have it so within 4 hours we were able to cut everything
Also again devotees, let's express our gratitude and thank our host. His Grace.
Good girl. Prabhupada hide it is hide.
You have this important photo.
Haribo
Okay, who's next?
So devotees, let's express our gratitude and thank our host. His Grace Gauranga Chandra Prabhu, Her Grace Anuradha Sakhi Mataji, the kids for hosting us, for opening the door for us.
Either he is heavy or you don't have enough strength.
Also today is the wedding anniversary of His Grace Ram Mugun Prabhu. Also there is prasadam. Okay, so whose birthday? Okay.
And also some anniversary is tomorrow. Oh, it's only 1 hour.
So today
It's only 1 hour.
Our Grace Radhanath Mataji's birthday. Radhanath one day before.
We'll take picture. Take a picture first. Where is Tulsi?
Please announce that there is a prasadam packets ready for everybody. Prasadam packets and don't forget your remaining prasadam packets are ready. Thank you very much. Please take it.
Okay. Also there is lot of prasadam is left over. Please take. It's a mercy of Maharaj. Also we need clean up. But again we are continuing.
Pranjal.
आप बैठिए, आपका हो गया?
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Prabhuji, sorry. Prabhuji, don't go. We're going to Kirtan. Don't go. Take from Manjari. Smile, no. Look over there and smile. Over there. Video. Cheese.
Next, girls, get in.
Mama. Tulsi, stay back. I think all kids are
Take a photo. All good. 1 second.
Okay, smile.
Akshara, get over here. Hey, Prasanna. All Akshara. Any girls left? Come on. Cheese.
Oh, that's it?
Wait.
Okay, who is missing?
Where is the cord?
No one. My sister.
हम लोग जा रहे हैं ग्रुप पिक्चर होगा
Not that one. That is the cord.
let's take a group picture
Yeah, let's take a group picture. Mataji, come.
We should have taken it earlier. Okay, in group photo, you want to. You guys are done.
Are we done? Why are you still posing?
We'll be still doing a whole group photo.
Okay, Prabhu, let's get group picture, Prabhu. Group picture.
One picture,
वर नाही खाली पाहिजे त्यांच्यावर पाहिजे
Okay, let's do group picture.
Group picture, Prabhu, before.
Lift me again.
Please. Prabhu, all Prabhus come on one side, Mataji go on the other side, and leave Maharaj in the center.
Hari bol. Everybody has to be on the knees for the second.
Yeah, so Prabhu on one side and Mataji on one side. It's two layers, 2 or 3 layers. 2 or 3 layers.
आएगा नहीं ग्रुप में आएगा
नहीं आ जाएगा प्रभु तो सबसे आगे बैठे उसके नील डाउन और फिर स्टैंड डाउन तो पहले बैठ जाइए आप बैठिए और आगे बैठिए माता जी लोग आगे बैठिए
deities are going to see. Anybody has any desire for photography? Then it's completely. Have you heard?
Okay, all the kids come. We'll take one photograph.
Boys to get boys.
Everybody, all the boys, girls, come. All the kids come. Take a photo. Come. Come.
Krishna, come here.
Okay, everybody.
All the boys are talking.
Arey, everybody. Do you know diversity and inclusion? This is diversity and inclusion. Okay, sit here. Okay, who are girls?
No, I didn't fall for that.
Whose camera I want to take a
Here,
photo?
hold on, that one. Take it on mine as well. I need one of mine.
Okay, kids. Sit compact.
Manju, you like me, right?
Krishna, come here. Krishna,
Okay, Arey, boys, किधर जा रहे हो?
Hey, boys, sit down.
What is this?
All the guys behind.
What is this?
Sit down.
Come this side. Some of the boys can come this side.
Some of the boys.
Hey, Mudin, go.
Remember?
Sit down. Murli, you go there.
Okay, that's fine. Sitting down.
Okay, sit down.
Hey guys, we are running only here and there.
1, 2, 3, hurry!
कावड़ थोड़ा और नीचे डेढ़ हाइड हो रही है.
Okay, hold on.
Roshi, can you take my mic here? That was
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's good.
Give me the camera, photo I can get it.
Photo आ रहा है.
No, give your phone.
This is great.
Haribo.
Good job. Okay, whose phone else?
Her phone. No, that's good. That's fine. She needs this one too. No, I just said okay. She needs that one. She needs that. Literally, my camera's back. It's he. Yeah, I know. Hers is
Wow, this camera is much better.
Oh, okay, never mind.
4.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Okay,
good.
Manjini. Look here.
You are 2.5.
No.
You're 1.5.
Okay, bye.
No.
You're only 1.5.
You're 0.5. No.
Whose camera?
Nice.
Oh, it's phone. Phone.
Good job. Let's take a selfie. Let's take a selfie. Wait, let's take a selfie. Okay, everyone is